can share, so.
Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes. So we were starting out on talking about the mask mandates and with the number of exceptions, how completely pointless they've become.
They're trying here. Where I live, they're trying, but it's, I think this second time around, people don't care. Even today, I went to the store and I went to the dispensary and there were massive people out.
Oh.
Perp dropped out.
Oh my God, what do we do? I'm sure he'll be back shortly.
So they don't have crazy mandates where you are right now?
Well, it's a mandate. Well, it's like it's a public mask mandate, but there are all these exceptions. Like if you can maintain social distance or you're alone, like I work at a hotel graveyard shift, so I'm alone most of the night. Technically, I don't have to wear the mask all night long, just when people are around. According to the mandate, I do wear my mask all night long. I work and sweat into my mask until I can't breathe.
I'm the same way. I have people that my neighbors were in my garage yesterday and I ran and put my mask on.
Yep.
But it's bad here, so.
Okay.
Well, one weird thing is a kind of cool thing is I usually hit the McDonald's on the way to work for my food, and before there was a mandatory mask order, and the numbers were just going up. The manager of that McDonald's closed the store, and they did exclusively takeout. So that's kind of cool. That was just a decision of the manager of that business.
That's awesome.
So I do like that.
That's good that people are making the conscious decision. The LA County Sheriff said that he's not going to enforce this lockdown, so people don't care. I saw today on the freeway, no one cares. There was massive people out. There was traffic. So we'll see where this goes.
Oh, in my town, people are just out in droves all day. If I want to go anywhere, it's heavy traffic all the time.
Oh, that's crazy.
Just masses of people. Oh, it's insane. A lot of people are wearing masks. A lot are not. In my own hotel.
People coming in.
Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, we've got Lone Wanderer, Stuttering Chris, Nana.
Woohoo.
Okay.
Ginseng. So, hey folks, did YouTube actually send out notifications for a change?
Yes, because I got it instantly.
Oh, and we have the Atheist Veteran joining us.
Awesome.
Hey, what's up?
What up, yo? How's everyone tonight?
Great. Nice to meet you. Godless Owen.
Yeah, so how y'all doing?
How you doing tonight?
Another beautiful day in paradise, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. So, so I hear y'all talking about just people out in droves during the pandemic. That's always awesome, It's always good to have a bunch of people wandering around doing whatever during a pandemic. That's fucking awesome.
I live in LA County, and it shocks me that people don't see the numbers, that they don't see how many people are dying every day. And they break it down, like, 6,000 people died here, 7,000 people died here. I've been hiding at home. I only go out when I have to.
Yeah, same here.
But I'm one of those people where I'm fortunate enough to be able to, sit at home and write it out. There's not too many people around here that can say that,
Yeah, it's definitely been tough for a lot of people, especially around the holiday season.
Exactly.
It's just going to get worse, with all the holiday shopping, with people going to visit family against the advice of medical professionals. So it's just how it is, So it's going to be worse before you.
I started Amazoning, stuff like 2 months ago because I knew that there was going to be drama. I'm not willing to go out and risk my life for Christmas.
Yeah, nothing's really changed for me as far as like the lockdown and stuff. I always just hang out at home, and like I've been avoiding people all this time, like for decades anyway. So
yeah, that's why I'm thankful we have the internet. I've actually met more people and found people I like talking to online than I do in real life. So
yeah, there were things I was looking forward to doing and being glad I got out of that little backwater town. But then the lockdown started 2 weeks after I got here, so I never actually had a chance to do anything or meet anyone or arrange anything. And of course, all the group activities are suspended until further notice.
Oh yeah, I'm actually hating it.
But for me, it's actually, even with lockdown, there's more I can do here than there was in that little town I was in.
That's true. Like I finally get to finish every project I've ever started. I sat down and I watched Foreign Correspondent, the Hitchcock movie, this morning. I've had it forever, and I rarely watch it. So I'm hammering through all my movies.
Well, I'm at least close enough to a Menards now that I can get the parts to do my projects. I can build things.
Heck yeah.
It's been great for my YouTube channel, I'll tell you. I've gained, ever since the pandemic, gained like 100 subscribers, and I'm just like, okay, well, yeah.
It's also been great for my online Lego business that, before that was just an occasional thing here and there, but with people not being able to go out, the orders on that have been coming in steady. So that's pretty much made up most of the income I lost by not being able to do my normal job.
Yeah. I don't know. People are out looking for hobbies, people with money are looking to spend it for some stuff they could do in their house, even.
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean that's a good business to get into. Legos, just anything where people can build something, and take their minds off their monotonous day-to-day lives in their house.
Yeah, it gets to you after a while. But like I said, I have a million books, and I'm one of those people where I was prepared for the pandemic before I even knew it was coming.
And I was antisocial as fuck prior, so it was all right.
Yeah, me too.
That's why I collected all this junk, just to hang out by myself anyways, So
we got more people coming in.
Awesome.
Kenneth the Kentucky Fam, Geo Sam, Sloth Girl, Native Atheist, and Ox now.
Awesome. How's it going, Ox?
Yeah, we're over a dozen people, which is pretty good for my channel.
Oh. Native Atheist, what's up, buddy? Reminds me, I gotta fucking tweet this out.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting this round because last time it was shocking to see no one on the streets of LA. And now I was not shocked today to see massive people out. So I don't want to say the guy's name, but I call it, the ha effect. There's a certain guy in charge that is so openly defiant that people like our local sheriff was like, I'm not going to enforce the order. 5 years ago, that would have never happened. And now all of a sudden, law enforcement are doing whatever they feel like. So,
well,
we're screwed here.
The sheriff saying that he's not going to enforce the order should be grounds to have him removed from his office.
Quite a few people have said that, but in LA they have like a dictatorship. The county sheriffs have more people, and they're than they have in certain armies. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. Well, that happens in a lot of places, and especially rural areas, that the county sheriff has an awful lot of power.
I often ask myself, how did we get here where that one man can tell, everybody just to basically stand down? But
we've been there for a while, though. We just didn't know it. We needed something like COVID-19 to really just bring it out of the dark.
I always avoided them on purpose. It wasn't even doing anything bad. It was just the sheriffs. They here in LA, they don't care what color you are. They're just gonna beat you up regardless.
Oh yeah, I live pretty close to LA. I understand. I mean, I've heard about it. I'm actually right next to Palm Springs, if you know where that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking LA ain't no joke, especially with the cops there.
It's one of those things. Certain pockets are a beautiful place, and other pockets are like, don't make a left or a right off the main street.
Yeah. Oh.
But there's lots of places in America that are like that. I always say LA, but I lived in Portland. Portland was one of the most beautiful and ugly places on earth.
Texas was beautiful, but there's cities like Killeen you go down and
Cloth Girl had this news clip. An underground house party of 110 people in LA County was raised and everyone arrested.
They do not joke around. They will show up with a bus and a bucket of handcuffs. They do not joke around out here.
Yeah, and they're also putting their lives on the line because they gotta be in contact with every single one of those people.
I said it about the LAPD when there was the actual Black Plague in downtown LA. Like, they should have all been getting, paid double and triple, because nobody should have to put up with that in the modern era. I don't care what side you're on. You should, it got really bad in downtown LA.
Yeah, like they should get hazard paid, for sure. Even for them.
Oh yeah. You shouldn't just walk past somebody and have the chance of getting dysentery or like the actual Black Plague. There was flesh-eating virus down there. We avoided downtown for almost 2 years, and even after they cleaned it up, I haven't gone down there in almost 3 or 4.
Don't blame you. So yeah, I mean, we got all these plague rats. They just ignore everything. It doesn't matter what you do unless you impose martial law and like put guns to people's heads, which I don't endorse. I'm just saying that's the only way these people are going to abide by any kind of mask mandate.
That's true, because in other countries, they've put a mandate out and people listened, and then now they're walking around.
Yeah, they're enjoying their lives. These people bitch about being locked inside their house and shit, but they're the reason why we're locked in there. If they would have just fucking waited a few months, and taken the precautions that were advised that we take, instead of fucking bitching about being like, we're going to go out and protest with thousands of people, and say, it's not fair that I got to wear a piece of fucking cloth over my mouth when I go into Home Depot to harass the employees,
I'm a born asthmatic. Honestly, I've always had the potential. If someone coughs on me, I get sick. So these people are idiots. I don't think they realize, like, someone like me, I'm immunocompromised. If I got COVID, that's it. That's all she wrote. I'm done.
I'm diabetic. If I get COVID, I'm fucked.
Same thing.
That's why I quit my job at Home Depot. I was like, fuck no, I am done. Well, it's like you got these Karens. First of all, they're fucking assholes anyway. They fucking come into your store and harass you, and then on top of the shit Sunday, they're like, well, let's put the cherry on them, giving you a potentially deadly disease on top of it. I was like, I am not about that life. It ain't happening. So I fucking left.
The angriest people are the close talkers. The angry ones are the ones that want to get right in your face, and I'm over it. I'm over people.
Yeah, they get right in your face, and they're just like, how dare you tell me to wear a mask? It's like, fuck you. How dare and I got 3 kids and a wife that I do not want to get sick. Yeah. Even if I'm compromised, it's not fair. I mean, I choose to work. My kids don't choose for me to work and bring home diseases.
I know. My kid's going crazy right now. He's been home since March, and he's just he's pissed.
Oh, my kids too. And we're doing the online schooling. Dude, I do more of the school crap than my kids do, because I'm constantly, Dad, can you get me this link? Dad, I need you to open up this. Dad,
you are literally saying the same thing. I'm like, these guys should be paying me. I don't know what like people who can't be at home with their kids are doing. And that's another thing. I caught my kid in the hallway, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" It's a bathroom, a hall monitor, dude. Go back to the computer. You know.
I caught my kid. I went from I was like playing a video game on my computer, and I walked out, and I was I looked at the computer my kid's supposed to be on, and an empty seat. I look in the room, and she's on her phone. I'm like, "Where are you supposed to be in class?"
Oh,
yeah. What the fuck?
I asked my son, like, is this how you act at school or what? When
I
you're
got my
actually
kids on the computer with their phones. I'm like, do you do that in real school? Do you get to go watch your phone while your teacher's talking? You know, then put that shit away.
Yeah.
It's definitely been an experience. On the flip side, though, I've heard of quite a few kids that are just flunking out and not caring.
Yeah,
my neighbor told me her son, he's in 11th grade. He was on the basketball team. He had a life. This year, he could care less, and he's flunking high school.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
and it's gonna count. It's gonna count on his record. You know,
Yeah.
it sucks. She told me flat out, there's nothing I could do. The kid just doesn't care. You know.
Yeah, I mean, when you put them in front of a computer screen, there's not much. It's not you can give them an office referral. You know, it's not like there's nothing. There's not. You got to hope your kid pays attention, and that's as much as you can do. You know, at least as much. Yeah.
It sucks when you lose the experience. You know, I never realized how much of the experience that you actually, go through physically being there.
And this has been how, I mean, the holidays, if it wasn't for my brother-in-law being incredibly generous, because he pretty much saved Christmas, he pretty much bought all the presents this year. If it wasn't for him being incredibly generous, the holidays would be a fucking wash this year. My kids would be fucking crying because I'm out of work. My wife, on top of all of our bills, my wife's job is fucking barely paying anything. It's just been, and I would love to go to work, but nowhere is hiring except for a few places, and every one of those few places requires you to like work around a crap ton of plague rats, and it's. I'm sorry, I can't risk it. I can't risk it. I'm not going to.
I thought it was pretty safe, and even people around my area are catching COVID, which made me hide even more in my house.
My dad had a COVID scare. He got real sick, and had like crazy chills and coughing, and he had to take a COVID test, and it would turn out he just had a flu. But I was like, holy shit! You'll realize how crazy this all is until it hits you home. I mean, how fucking crazy is not only has the president have COVID and his family, fucking his attorneys, his fucking a bunch of his staff. It's like, what does it take to convince people that this is real? There are people out there that literally think this is fake.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help that even coming out of the hospital from it, Trump is telling people, it's really no worse than a cold.
I don't understand that. I don't understand why maybe.
Well, I understand why a lot of the rich people are doing it, because they want the stock market to recover. They don't care how many people get killed. They want their stock dividends.
Yeah, they need to add to their pile of money that they keep under their beds, or an offshore account,
Who's going to work for them when everybody's gone?
They don't care. That's why they're talking about automating everything.
Exactly. They'll have robots throw a UPS hat on it.
And how well are these companies going to do when there just aren't as many consumers to buy the products?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very short-term thinking, but that's the way business in America runs. Everything is just about the next quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing ever looks more than 3 months ahead.
Do you see that London's already passing out the vaccine?
Yeah.
And that we could have had more doses of the vaccine, but fucking Trump told the company that they didn't want the more doses. So because they weren't funded by the Operation Warp Speed. He wanted the company that was funded by Operation Warp Speed to get more doses. But now we're fucking shorted. We're shorted about extra 400,000 doses or something like that because Trump was being super fucking greedy about it.
And apparently that wasn't just because of Trump, but one of his lead advisors on this turns out that he has $10 million invested in a company that is rival to Pfizer for producing a vaccine.
Yeah.
You know, my real question,
so he didn't want the president to support the Pfizer vaccine. He wanted his company to, be producing it.
when it all comes out, when we find out how corrupt all of these people are, is anybody going to do anything about it? That's my question.
If it profits them, they will. If they'll make a buck off of it, sure.
So basically, nothing's going to happen to Trump or any of these guys after they leave office.
No,
I didn't think so. When people are saying, "Oh, he's going to go to jail," I don't think so.
I would love to fucking have Trump go to fucking good old federal fuck you in the ass prison. But
on the yard, that would be.
My goodness. Oh my god,
that would be worth it.
But we all know that these politics, they're already talking about, like, some people are even saying Biden should pardon him so we can have peace between the parties. We're never going to have peace between the parties. The parties are too far divided, and they're always going to be divided. You don't understand. 90% of Americans have this fucking team mentality. I was like, I'm on team blue. I'm on team fucking red. They don't fucking care. They never fucking cared. Fucking Trump is just a mouthpiece. And the only thing Trump was really good at was getting his people to go to the polls. That was it. Is they all thought the same way. The thing is like they'll either not vote or not vote Democrat. It's not like these people are going to vote Democrat because we pardoned Trump. If anything, they're going to be like, well, yeah, they should have, and keep voting Republican.
Yeah, they don't understand that there's a difference between the politics to elect who's going to run the country and a football game.
Yeah. At all.
Lone Wanderer Bunkin, I think we do this because we like our kids to be happy. They're talking about why bother with Christmas and and shit. It's like, yeah, because if I can, I'm gonna make my kids happy regardless.
I agree with what Lone Wanderer Bunker is saying though, because Christmas it's like an imposed holiday,
Yeah, I agree. But if I can, I'm gonna fucking buy stuff for my kids.
Oh no, I did too. I totally went overboard too. I get it. Yeah,
I get what they're saying. But and also we are atheists anyhow. I think that's in regards to like why we would we celebrate it. It's just an opportunity for me to give my kids presents and decorate my house better than my neighbors.
I raised my son as with no religion, so he just thinks it's a gift day. He knows what it's about. I taught him all the lore behind it, but it's not the same scary from when I was a kid.
You taught them the canon of the Santa anime? There should be an anime that explains Christmas. Wouldn't that be cool? Rudolph just fucking...
Sometimes I feel like I've done him a disservice, though, because someone will say something and he'll be like, I'm an atheist. And then they'll literally just stop talking to him. And I'm like, oops.
My kids, I don't know how they, but I don't bring up religion, but my kids, like, Dad, I want to believe we're going to, I'm just like, whatever. If you want to believe and stuff, at least research into it. Like, don't just listen to what your fucking pastor or whatever is telling you. Just fucking.
That's my thing. Like, I've never told, even my kid says some pretty whacked out stuff, and I'm like, that's cool. Because eventually he'll get wherever he's, in his mind, he'll get wherever he's going anyways,
Yeah, I mean, if you raise them to be smart kids, the statistics say that they're going to be atheists, So as long as you raise them smart, you don't have to, shit on their beliefs, I
read the Bible. That's what I read the Bible at a young age. It was oh, what is this? Is this? I'll never forget thinking, like, this is what everybody's fighting over? This is it?
Like, wow, really? It doesn't even hold true to its own canon. It's like, holy shit.
I was probably the same age as my son, and I was like, this is crap. Like, there's better stories on TV than this,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. But we all get there one way, on our own accord.
We will, yeah. And if that's
I decided to read the Bible when I was 14. And I found it so distressing, I even arranged a couple of private sessions to discuss it with the pastor at our church. And his answers weren't very good either.
It's like, was it just a bunch of mysterious ways and shit like that, you know?
Well, mostly he just said that, well, we try to focus more on the New Testament, and, the Old Testament's just kind of background information. It's like, no, if you're going to ignore 2/3 of the book, why am I listening to you?
Exactly. It's like if you're reading through the fucking the Harry Potter trilogy and you find out fucking books 3, 4, and 6 are not part of the actual canon, It's like, what the fuck? Can you imagine if J.K. Rowling did that shit? She's just like, you know what? These books don't count. These books do. I decided.
Well, actually, she kind of did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
She went up
because
she lost her damn
whatever
mind.
happened about the Horcruxes, they never resolved that. It was just like suddenly they didn't matter anymore.
She lost her damn. She lost her mind. Anyways,
that was a bad example.
Yeah.
Fucking Jacob. It was like, let's say Michael Crichton. To say if he's like, okay,
that's a safe one. Dan Brown.
No, Michael Crichton is not a safe one. He can't write an ending to save his life. He's got a lot of good concepts, and he gets started with good stories, but he never knows how to end it.
It's so funny. I love Dan Brown. Dan Brown, at least in modern authors.
Or if they're like, okay, the books don't matter, the movie does. Like World War Z. Fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, World War Z, those zombies would be running right past me.
Oh, my God.
My lungs.
So much better.
I would be like this, and they'd run right past.
Oh, yeah. But have you read the book? Dude,
no.
If you want a good time, read the fucking book. The book is legit. You'll look at the movie and be like, this movie's shit.
That's the thing. Most books are better than the movies.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I just got done, I think last year reading it.
Oh, heck yeah.
God. I mean, except for the chapter with the child fucking, I don't, the rest of the book's good. There's a whole chapter dedicated to a child gangbang. I'm like, what the fuck?
I read The Stand before I saw the movie. Or the miniseries.
The miniseries was good. Well, the first half of the miniseries was good. I just couldn't stand.
I'm pretty biased towards the older stuff. When the remakes come out, most of the time I'm like, they're trying too hard because they're trying to recreate the magic, that came from the original movie.
I think they're really trying to recreate the dollars that came from them.
Yeah, of course.
Especially nowadays, fucking excuse me, the new It movie, movies had the same problem as the last. The first one was really good, and I really liked the first one. The second one, no, I just didn't care for it. It was too long and really didn't gel. What's up, kid?
How you doing, Doc?
Doc, what's up, buddy?
I'm here.
I forgot Doc was here. I'm sorry, buddy.
It's all good.
Yeah. So, do you have any crazy hotel stories?
Right.
Do you find some guy stuck in the closet like David Carradine?
No.
do you know how he went out?
Yeah. The autoerotic
good.
Asphyxia. Yeah.
I'm glad you got the reference.
Oh yeah. No, nothing.
Wrong way,
Nothing like that. We did. It's been over a year ago, but we did have a guy die in the hotel. But he was. He had his own health problems, and it was. It was kind of weird and sad. He was in there with his wife, and I guess they were having a conversation and just talking. And then I guess she went to the bathroom for like 10, 15 minutes and came out, and dude had passed.
Awesome.
He just died. So that was kind of a bummer. But the last crazy thing we had is we had a couple with their kid in the hotel room. The one guy apparently had been stabbed and and he had gone to the hospital and stuff. But at one point before, and none of this happened like on my shift.
Yeah.
But I guess he was out in the parking lot in his medical gown, and he was bleeding and doing things, and it turned out he and his old lady were sitting in there doing all kinds of heroin, and they had a little kid, like maybe 3 or 4 years old, and I heard the kid got taken away from him, and he's in the system now.
Well, I should hope so.
So he's away from them, and man, that room was so trashed after they left. It was just insane trashed. It was the messiest ever.
It sucks when people stop caring and let go. It's ugly.
Yeah.
When people revert, especially when they're on drugs, they revert backwards, you know. It's just pure survival mode at that point.
Yeah.
It's all the things that we take for granted, you know.
I don't know. I expect a lot of drug use in the hotel, but yeah, that's a sad story. That's sad. I don't know what to say about it. Like, yeah,
okay, Doc. So, how many pornos do you think have been filmed in your hotel?
I have no idea.
Great question.
Have you ever gone on Pornhub and you realized, yeah, that's one of our rooms?
I haven't yet.
So, Doc, you were on my last one of my gaming streams recently, and you suggested City of Heroes. And
yes.
Yeah, so I downloaded it and I was streaming it today. I'm like, where's Doc Fearsome?
Oh, I don't have a computer. I can't play it.
No, I mean, like, why weren't you on the stream? Like, saying hi at least. Come on, man.
I might have been. Oh, I might have been
I'm
working.
just fucking with you, bro. It's all good. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I got that going on. If you want to join in sometime, Doc.
Cool.
Yeah. I kind of took the conversation somewhere else. My bad, guys. My bad. I suck. So anyway, yeah. So anyone got any good COVID stories?
I don't know if
I've been hesitating to mention it, but on stream. But I mean, she should be okay by now. I really need to like call somebody and hear something. But my mother did get COVID. She's in a nursing home.
Sorry,
and she was in quarantine for a while. Apparently, it broke out at the nursing home, so like everybody there is getting it. But she was going to come out of quarantine and go back to her room on the 25th. So it actually has been a while since I've even heard anything. I really need to make a phone call in the morning, but as far as I know, she's recovered. So
that's awesome.
Plus, I guess the particular case that was going around there was a particularly mild one. So I haven't heard of anybody dying in the nursing home she's staying at. So
I've done like 5 people that have got it, and they've all survived.
That's good to hear.
So there's hope.
Oh,
and
yeah.
One was a senior citizen, and they're out and about now. So there is hope, as they say.
So I'm gonna fucking bring off the topic again. My bad, guys. But Purple Rhymes with Orange. You remember that video I did where I was like, don't vote blue no matter who.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of got to make a retraction video on that now. Because I fucking voted for Biden.
Well, I didn't vote for Biden. I just voted for whoever happened to be most likely to get rid of Trump.
Yeah, I voted not Trump. As a Californian, now that they won, I I can tell the truth. Kamala Harris is a scary human being.
Yeah.
I would not want to get on be on her bad side. Let's just put it that way. Most Californians were like, okay. She allowed Nestle to come to this state and take our water. she I'm not gonna go down her I'm not gonna read her resume because we all know it, but I'm telling you, with everything I just said, she's not as bad as Trump.
No. See, I looked at that, and when the ticket came out, and this is before COVID hit, and I looked at this, and Brian Purple tell you from a video, I did not want to fucking vote for Biden. I was like, fuck no, I did not want to vote for Biden, and I thought Kamala Harris was worse.
She is.
Yeah, and I was like, fuck no. But then COVID hit, and I lost my job because of COVID, and I was like, and I saw how Trump was handling it, and I was like, you know what? My protest non-vote is not happening this fucking year. It's gonna happen, some other time. It wasn't like, because I hate the argument that's like, this is the most important election. This is the worst fucking Republican ever, because that happens every fucking year. I mean, every fucking election cycle. Like, watch next election cycle, we're gonna have like Kid Rock fucking running.
No, but we all forget about George Bush. George Bush, because he took a war to another country, but we all forget about George Bush and his policies.
Yeah, at least Trump didn't fucking like add more to the wars, but because even Barack Obama did, and George Bush fucking added more wars, but fucking at least Trump didn't do that. But for God fucking sake, Trump, you had it in the bag, dude. You could have just fucking, if you would have handled COVID, Biden.
Yeah, but Trump brought a war. Trump brought a war here, and that's what scared most people.
Oh yeah, there's a culture war going on, a huge culture war. It's crazy. We got these fucking rednecks driving around in their trucks with guns and shit.
They do it here
to take over the government.
They don't say they're going to take over the government, but
I was on a stream. I beg the difference. There was a stream.
No, I'm just talking about people in my neighborhood. They had a Trump rally, and it's California, so there's a bunch of dudes in jacked up trucks.
I'm just saying, a bunch of people are like, well, we're just gonna fucking go over to the White House and make sure Biden doesn't get in. Like, it's like, this is words that have been fucking said. It was said when we were reviewing someone else last night, and this is not just some fringe asshole. This is a lot of motherfuckers. Now, don't get me wrong, they're not going to do shit.
I'm proof positive. Like, you have to show me before because talk. It's one of those things. Talk is cheaper than my ex-girlfriend. You actually have to. You actually have to do it. You can't say, "Oh, I'm going to swing on you." Even if there's 1,000 people behind you saying, "I'm going to swing," like, somebody actually has to swing. Yeah, and I'm not invoking anything. I'm not asking for anything. I'm just saying,
dire when they actually swing. Let's say that one swing, happens, and it fucking, you fucking fall backwards and crack your skull open.
I agree. It's scary.
Yeah,
I'll tell you flat out. I feel sorry for people who can't defend themselves at this point. People who are not armed enough to defend themselves.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think as Americans, it's not going to get there because we're selfish. No. We're a lot more selfish than we think we are in this country.
Well, it's like they're going to split into groups and shit too. They're going to fucking fracture. Like they already are. You see the Republican party's fracturing between the Trump loyalists and not
most
Trump
people would not know what to do if their day-to-day life was disrupted and there were rounds going off above their head. If our country turned into a war zone, most people would give up really fast.
Oh yeah, look at them. Most people would give up. They can't handle fucking wearing a mask. They're gonna fucking out there, into shit, having bullets fucking fly by their fucking head, having rounds fly by their fucking head. No, these motherfuckers don't know what war is. 90% of them don't fucking realize what war is. I've been in a fucking war zone, and I don't want to fucking be there again.
Exactly.
And I've actually been there.
I know, and that yeah.
That's pretty much what I was figuring, was that most of these guys toting their guns around all over the place really were going to chicken out if it really came to it. But I was afraid there might be enough nutcases to actually make some noise about it.
I agree with you. The night of the election, like, I I sat there for a minute and I was like, well, maybe something might happen.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, maybe.
For like a day or two until a drone strike happens, but you know,
It's one of those things. Like I don't know. But if you get 1,000 idiots in a crowd, they can do damage. You know,
yeah, they can.
that's the problem. You know,
Yeah.
but it's not the guy who's the fake Army Ranger with all the gear on. It's not that guy. It's the quiet guy.
Boy.
Yeah, you know, those guys. I laugh at them. Catch one of them by themselves and see if they really are willing to defend what they believe in.
Well, they're never by themselves.
Exactly.
They are never by themselves. They always run at least 4 deep.
That's what I'm saying. Catch one of them by themselves and see if they truly are willing to defend themselves for what they believe in. You know.
Yeah. I mean,
but it's the quiet
world.
It's the quiet guy I'm scared of. The sniper or the weirdo, the lone guy. You know.
The guy that gets picked on and
exactly
fucking just stares at the wall, you know, in his bedroom. Fucking just.
It's an old adage, you know. It's never the loudmouth. It's never the loudmouth or the tough guy. It's always the quiet one in the corner. You know.
Yeah. Why you don't piss off the quiet one?
You know, I'm the quiet one in the corner.
Hey, that you have,
and that's why you're our friend.
And that red eye, dude.
Bullies are like the bullies on the playground. Yes, they are. Well, dude, they are bullies. Dude, think about it. These people act like a fucking schoolyard bully. They're always in a huge group together. They never expound their racist bullshit. You know, like other than online, you never see them. Like
never, you would never face to face. You would never. I live in a Trumper town. You know, I live and people are nice to me, nice to my face. My neighbors still wave to me. You know.
Yeah.
I agree, Sloth Girl. They are like boys on the playground.
Yeah.
You know, even I've seen people fully MAGA out. I wear a cowboy hat with my mask on. We catch eye contact and just kind of move on with our days, you know?
Yeah.
Like most people, 99% of people mind their own business.
It's true.
I agree with Neil. They would in a heartbeat. They'd knock them down.
They wouldn't even like take ground troops. They wouldn't even it wouldn't bother. It's like,
well, I was figuring that some of them would still have all their bluster and go shooting up their neighborhoods right until a tank comes down the street.
Yeah. And that's the problem. These idiots will shoot up their neighborhood.
Sorry, Stool, didn't see you there.
Stool.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Awesome.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Hey
guys.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I'm
Hey,
doing
how
all right.
Doing?
You doing all right? I'm doing all right.
I need some pizza pie or some shit. I don't know.
You eat more pizza than a Ninja Turtle, and I'm not even joking.
Oh,
You eat
I think my favorite things: Ninja Turtles and pizza.
And I eat pizza twice a week, and you eat more pizza than I do.
By the way, Purple, pineapple belongs on pizza.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Do not oppress us. Stop the oppression. The pineapple oppressed. We will have our day in the sun.
It literally changes
Not
the
oppression.
flavor.
We feel sorry for you, and we will fix the problem. We're working on how to remove the control chips.
Yeah, after you build the labor camps, huh?
No.
That's where the
That's
nanites
next
are.
step.
No, see, it's the brain chips that the Saurian overlords have implanted that makes you think pineapple on pizza tastes good. It's a malfunction of the chip.
See, Purple is just in the pocket of big pepperoni.
As am I. I love what a magical animal that a pig is. What a magical
Muffcom.
Muffcom.
What time is it over there?
Oh.
It's gotta be like 6 a.m.
I just literally spent half an hour setting up my Muffcom.
Oh, that's so.
So when I talk to you now, you can see my eyebrows
Ooh, eyebrows. They probably tickle.
Mine are so thick you could see them from all the way over here.
I kind of want to do a song now, Purple, but I'm not going to. Muff cam, party time, excellent.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. All right. Muff cam. Yep. Something is fishing a stool.
Still there. I watched your last stream, and there was something.
You didn't.
There was something that you promised at the end of the stream that you're not doing right now, and I'm highly disappointed. And as the only, well, I can't say only, as a person of color, I have a request. Where's your where's your blackface? You said you were going to do blackface.
Oh.
I really was watching your stream. I really was watching your stream.
Are you saying to me you're a person of color?
You said you were going to do it. And you were saying you had your 1970s thing. So where is it?
You're going to have to remind me because I have no idea. Look, I've just spent, I'm not joking, I've spent 45 minutes setting up the muff cam. It's up there, right?
Great segue.
I've no idea what you're talking about. What did I do?
I watched your last stream.
You're the only one who did.
You and Spooky should not be unsupervised. But it was funny. And I think I probably was the only one who watched it.
You were. Actually, 85 people watched that. Nonsense. It's banned, by the way.
That's why you got to catch it live. That's why you have to catch the...
It's literally banned in all countries.
Why are you not banned yet?
I think it's because I'm jaunty and I've got a nice way. I don't know.
I'm really shocked they haven't ripped your channel off of YouTube yet. Just for copyright purposes.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm not even going to go there. If I now know how this works. If I even mention certain words, this will get banned. So I'm being a good boy.
I think they follow you. I think it's you.
Absolutely. They're stalkers. They want me.
I can't even remember what we were talking about before you came into the stream.
I think you were talking about my lovely muff cam. Look at the colours on this. So glorious.
Your jumper's well made.
It's not a jumper.
I knew that'd get you going. I knew that. It's well made.
It's a onesie.
Your onesie. Well, I have the eye of a seamstress, and that's well made.
It's a onesie and it's glorious. Look at the colours. Beautiful colours.
I said that when I was on Dave's stream. They were saying some pretty provocative stuff, and I'm like, "Hey, man, I live in America. You guys can joke about certain stuff." I've actually seen the feds kick someone's door down, so it's real. If they want you, they will come and get you.
Yeah, I just try to not be noticed.
Exactly. I have a policy of avoiding self-indictments and minding my own business.
Oh, you need to unfollow me. It's Thursday. Muff cam. It's party time. It's excellent. Muff cam.
What would we do without you, Stu? What? That's actually funny. Spooky looks like... Do you know what I am, though, Stu? I'm loved up. And I think everybody should find somebody.
Oh, here we go again. Oh, dear.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was saying earlier, that not really a good time for going out and meeting new people.
I know.
Yep.
I mean, if it wasn't for the whole COVID thing, yeah, I got invitations to parties.
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for COVID, I would be on a plane right now. COVID has done me no favors. That's why if you live in the United States of America, wear a mask and you will finally get rid of me.
Riemann, what you really need, what you really, really need, is something really gloriously colourful, like a onesie.
I had one, but I've gained a significant amount of weight since March. So my onesie isn't as it doesn't look as flattering as it did before.
Mine is so flattering.
Yeah.
I could literally shag the Queen right now.
Well, actually, Sloth Girl, that wasn't the feds that did that raid. That was the state of Florida.
Oh, those guys aren't. They don't have a good track record either.
Yeah. Did you people hear about this? That it was basically the woman had gotten fired because she was refusing to doctor the data on the number of COVID cases.
I did see that. Scary.
So she was continuing to release information. So they busted into her house. They were pointing guns at her kids, and they took all of her electronics.
And they took her out of the house first. So her children were still in the house. I have a special needs kid that I'd probably get shot that day. I probably would have got shot that day.
All right. I'm going to head out. My landlord has said I got to take down my Christmas lights because they're redoing the roof. So fuck.
Oh.
So, yeah, he does some bullshit,
sucks.
right?
Hey, it was nice meeting you.
Oh, nice meeting you all, guys.
Merry
you guys want,
Christmas.
if I feel myself out a little bit? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'm the atheist veteran. Of course, I do a podcast called "Fuck My Life." So if you guys if anybody wants to join in on that, you can hit me up on Twitter at Burn70, or you can hit me up on my channel, the atheist veteran. So yeah, recently just had a hangout with friends and fans of the show. So if you guys want to come on, just let me know.
Awesome.
All right, thanks for having me on, Burp. Love you.
Bye-bye.
I feel so out of place here with all these bald people.
I'm not bald. Don't really know about Doc.
Still, you have that.
I'm bald.
Awesome.
Well, I've never seen you without a hat.
Yeah, I'm. Well, I actually usually shave my head like Godless Sewing there does, but last few months I've let it go. So I do have hair, but I am bald on top. I've been balding since I was at least 14. So
17.
It was no surprise.
Same here. 17, around there.
Yep.
One day I just accepted it for what it is, and I just started shaving my head. And
I had long hair for a long, long time. Pretty much with the attitude, hey, I'm going to enjoy it while I got it,
Heck yeah. What happened to me is I'm bald all the way up to here, and then I'm bald right here. So I couldn't hide it anymore. My hair just became a patchy island. It's sad because it went from here to here to here. And the Friar Tuck look is not hot. And I look like a 1970s soul singer because I'm completely bald right here and I have hair on the sides.
Do you believe in miracles?
No.
You sexy thing.
Oh, that's a great song, though.
Hey, Perps,
we're not on your channel.
I know. Perhaps your stream is not showing up on my YouTubes. What are you doing wrong?
Well, it's what's YouTube doing wrong? I don't know.
Oh,
it must be showing up on somebody's YouTube. Otherwise, a dozen other people wouldn't have been able to get in here.
It's on mine.
Well, whatever. I can't show it.
I was wondering if my share had anything to do with that. I was hoping it did.
I got nothing, so I can't show you. Which is,
but I only share on Twitter and Facebook, so
I've got nothing. Somebody go and post the link to this, because if you don't do the linkage, nobody's going to watch.
Sure.
Sorry, I don't remember what I said.
Yeah, I kind of missed what that's the reference to.
I misquote things all the time. I'm a testament to the Los Angeles County education system.
Hey, educated in Iowa here, so I'm fucked.
Yeah, Andrea said it wasn't showing in her feed either.
YouTube
I really have no way to check it.
Have you guys done your updates on your phones? Just a weird, quirky question. Because I just recently started getting all notifications out of the blue, like within half an hour, and then right when they start.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're grown-ups and we're not using phones. So.
Sorry.
I think mine automatically updates, but
you know, as an empath, I have to know these things, Stool. I watched your last stream.
Yeah, what, 85 times? Who the fuck watched that? Who watched that 85 times?
Probably my kid. You should send him a freaking Christmas card.
The wonderful thing is about Restream, the thing that I use is when you finish a stream, you get an email, and it gives you a breakdown. It tells you who's been watching, where they're from, how many minutes, blah de blah. That's kind of interesting.
You catch all the obsessive compulsive people?
No, just the bald people.
You wish.
Hey, at least our scalps are laser proof.
At this point in my life, my head, it's leather. Like, I don't even feel it when I cut my head. I've been shaving since 1999, around there.
It's been several years for me.
I'm good. I'm gonna have to just briefly switch my cameras off because I'm getting annoyed. So I'm listening.
I had that moment one day where I was like, you know what? I look way older than I actually am. And now that I'm the age that I looked, I shaved my head to not look that age. So it worked out. It all worked out.
Yeah, I found when I shave, I look a little younger.
Oh, yeah. Anyone who has a beard, if they shave it, they'll lose 20 years.
Yep, and I'm starting to get white streaks in my beard and what's left of my hair. I shave like every other day, but I'm all salt and pepper.
Okay, the monk's haircut is called the tonsure. That's what she was.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'm calling it out from Robin Hood, the Disney version.
Yeah.
The good old Friar Tuck.
Yeah, that's my hair on top has not changed color at all as I've aged, but my beard has definitely gotten much grayer.
Yep, my beard went first. I was actually getting some blonde hairs, and then they were replaced with just pure white hairs.
I'm glad you said that. Because sometimes I'll grow a beard out, but then when it started getting salt and pepper, I was like, nope. And I started shaving my face again. I was like, But it's just one of those things with age. I'll embrace it one day when I become an adult.
Yeah, I don't care how it looks at all. I've just been lazy and not shaving it, so I've got quite a sizable beard, which is actually an advantage around here weather-wise. But I do want to get my arse around to shaving everything off, because I don't really like having beards. very much.
Yeah, well, with my fiance, I spent 3 years trying everything we could to kill my beard, and it didn't work.
Would you dye it or she was just trying to shave it off?
Tried, every type of hair removal you can imagine. Actually tried plucking the whole thing out entirely.
Oh,
Just, nothing slowed it down.
Facial hair is funny that way. I finally reached the age where it's growing more out of my nose and my ears. One day I looked and I'm like, holy cow, there's a party favor in my ears.
Happy New Year, kids.
When you shave your head, you see these details, Because I'm all up in the mirror looking, I'm like, holy cow. It happens, though. And these guys, I have to brush my hair. Compelling stuff. What happened to you, Fish? You disappeared with your muff cam.
I think I've gone. Am I here?
I ask that question all the time. Are you here? Were you ever?
Everything's just died again.
That's kind of statement of things at the moment, right?
Yeah, kind of.
You know what, though? I'm all loved up, so I try to be optimistic. I've actually been extremely optimistic. People at my job are telling me, they're like, I don't know what's happened to you, but keep it up. It's good to have a positive attitude. Even in a shitstorm year like this year, it's good to have plans and look towards the future and be positive.
I've actually been that way myself, uncharacteristically, the last several years. I think I'm chronic depressive, and I'm pretty well hopeless on most things. I just find little things to be hopeful and positive about. And it's stuff that just kind of gets me through. It's like, well, yeah, I'm running low on money, but I get this paid. My paycheck will be coming at such and such time, and I basically figure stuff out, and I'm like, yeah, I'll be okay, and it gets me through.
I always say that life is attitude, and in my life, there's been times where my life sucked, and I try to keep a positive attitude. Because if you keep your head above water, you won't necessarily. Because I have a tendency to. I used to have a tendency to overreact, and the moment I grew up and stopped reacting to other people, my life improved, and I got everything I was ever looking for. So that was like the missing puzzle piece in my life,
I guess my secret is I got everything. Oh shit! I gotta move.
That sounded uncomfortable.
Yeah. I try to stay positive, even though it's not easy to always be positive. But I just try to stay positive.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, that was smart of me.
For me, most of my life has just been a matter of survival. I haven't had much time to think about it.
Me as well. And as of recently, like sitting at home, I've had time to think about it. And I've thought about all the time I've wasted over grudges and people. Don't get me wrong. There's still people that I like even in my own family. I don't like them. But instead of wasting, instead of being like, oh, I hate that person, I just have nothing to do with them.
Well, that's always been my take. But, I don't get a strong emotional reaction to much of anything, and just hate is something that requires active energy.
Exactly.
I've just never bothered with it. It's like Either I like someone or it's pretty much just apathy.
Exactly. That's my thing lately is just, because I look at my own life and I'm like, there could always be room for improvement, but it's decent, So I try to reflect that, because I do go through bouts of depression, and I have, like, in the beginning of the pandemic, I would sit around and watch I'd watch the news. I'd be on Twitter with all the horrible videos. And I one day I was like, I can't do this to myself. I can't do this to myself anymore. And when I stopped watching that, my life improved. Especially during all the protests and everything. It was hard to watch, what was going on in this country every day. It was awful. And I had survivor's guilt because nothing like that was going on in my area. And even the protests in LA, they were quelched really fast because the cops out here do not put up with it. They'll allow you to protest to a certain extent. And if you step on the street, they're going to knock you out. So,
Crazy.
Yeah, it's not. I honestly I'm going to move. It's not a good way of life.
It doesn't sound very safe.
It's where I live, it's, we're never safe. We are never safe. Safety is it's one of those things. That's why we live in cities and numbers, close to each other, or even in towns close to each other, but living here, there is that potential that at any moment you can get shot by a cop. But it's like that in a lot of cities, But it is a high potential, very high potential here. Like if you were, like I keep my cell phone at my hip. If I was to do that, I'd get shot,
Yeah, that really doesn't exist where I live. I mean, on occasion, I'm sure people do get shot by cops, and they definitely get shot by each other. There was just about a year ago, there was a drive-by shooting in my town. I never heard much about it, just that it happened, and somebody did get hit, but they didn't, get killed. But yeah, it's extremely rare here. But it's Iowa, and most people are pretty meek and are not all about going out and causing that kind of trouble. So
that's how it used to be, and it seems like there's a shift in generations, because even when I was a kid, we were more about getting drunk and meeting people. It was more about having fun when I was a kid, and occasionally you get in a fight with somebody, but it was more about enjoying yourself. But we were drinking booze and smoking pot. It wasn't like what people are doing nowadays.
Yeah.
Sure, I actually wasn't saying that I never get angry. I just carrying hate around. I get angry in the moment, and I may be upset about something for even a few days, but carrying a grudge around just doesn't help. It's just wasting energy.
I agree. And it ages you too. It ages you. And there's it's the pathological descent into violence. If you constantly think about something, you're gonna react when somebody when you're met with that, you're gonna react. So if you constantly tell yourself, oh, I hate this specific type of person, immigrants shouldn't be in my country. If you constantly say it, when you see that, you're gonna have an adverse reaction when you're actually met with it, and then become the aggressor.
Yep. I have to say I grew up with a lot of hatred in me because of the way I was treated growing up. Like I was surrounded by people that just fucking hated me and treated me like shit. And I mean, I even had teachers tell me that it'd be no loss to society if I died. And I just came to a point where it's like it just doesn't feel good walking around with all this hatred in your heart, just walking around just hating. And I grew out of a lot of the prejudice I was taught in my community toward minorities, toward gays. By the time I was a teenager, I pretty much grew out of that and realized how stupid that was. How I mean, and ultimately, I think what did it for me is I realized everyone's a unique individual. So why take groups of people with a similar superficial trait and hate that group of people and not the other group? But why does it all matter? Everybody's different. Exactly. There's things to hate about every individual. So
I always say, like, if you I'll give you reasons to hate me. You don't have to hate me based on what I look like. I'll give you real reasons not to like me. Yeah,
there you go. But I was treated like shit by so many people. I actually developed a hatred for the entire fucking human species.
One of my favorite.
I was not discriminating at all. I hated all the damn talking monkeys.
That's a line in God Hates Us All in Slayer. Yeah. That's totally the line in God Hates Us All.
and
humans are definitely not on my list of favorite species.
I've always found people that are thinkers don't like crowds. I do not like. I'm one of those people where I'd rather grab a book and sit in a park, than hang out with a bunch of people.
Yep, I can't stand crowds. I consider myself to be at least mildly demophobic.
I challenged myself because my son, I didn't want my son to grow up like me and be scared to leave the house. So I was like, we're going to the zoo. And I learned his limits because he has autism. Like, he doesn't like, he likes Dodger Stadium, but he doesn't necessarily like hockey because it's enclosed. So he likes open air stadiums, but he doesn't like being in, like a hockey stadium where there's strobe lights and the guys come shooting out of the tube, But crowds stink, especially nowadays. Where I live, there are so many people here that when you go somewhere, you are in a crowd of 10,000, 20,000 people. So, and because of COVID, I'll be scared of crowds for a while, for a long while.
Yeah, yep. I've never liked crowds. Too many people in one place, I don't get with, and just general noise.
I feel the same way. When I was in my 20s, I discovered going to movies by myself. And I would go when it was just me and like 2 or 3 other people. Some of the best memories I ever had were going to the movies by myself. I didn't have anybody to impress. I'd get a giant tub of popcorn and actually enjoy the movie.
Right on.
Because you don't have to coordinate.
Yeah, I did that plenty of times myself when I was a kid. I haven't gone to the like over the last, I'd say, 20 years. I've just all but phased out of going to the theater. It's anymore it's super expensive, and the town I grew up in, it was actually pretty cheap. It was like by the time I was a teenager, it was maybe like $1.50 to go watch a movie. So
same here. When I was a kid, we had a theater just like that.
Yeah, it was. So like I used to go a lot more, but
in Hollywood right now, it's like $25-$30 just to get in the door.
Jesus.
And in my town, it's like $15 to $20 to get in the door, depending on the time of day.
Yeah, our tickets have gone up to, I think last I saw, they were pretty much up there around $10.
That's crazy. When I was a kid,
yeah.
$5 was a lot to go see a movie. you know. So
Yeah, and I moved out of the town I was born and raised in. I think before their movie ticket prices went above $3.
wow,
So
that's
I have
like when
no idea what they're like now, if that place is even still there anymore.
that's one thing. Living in in California, when I started traveling around America, I realized how much more money that we pay here for things. Like even stupid things like McDonald's, everything. It's so much more expensive.
Yep.
I'm doing this
Yep.
on the floor.
Can't buy like a Tootsie Roll for a penny anymore.
Tootsie, I went to the store today. Like a huge thing of Tootsie Rolls was $17.
Jesus.
But they're price gouging us right now because we're in a lockdown. So they're price gouging the heck because people are panic buying again. And when you're in a lockdown, people are willing to pay absorptive amounts of money for something that was $5 a week ago and literally $17 this week. It was crazy.
And that's messed up because that's pure greed. If people are panic buying, if people are buying more, you can decrease the prices and still make out like a bandit.
And it's funny you say that because the dispensaries have been doing that. The dispensaries are smart. they're like, people are spending more. They're at home more. Like even I went today and they hooked me up. You know, they appreciate that people are going in there during the pandemic, you know, but the grocery stores are fleecing us. If my receipt was in with arm's reach, you would be shocked how much money I spent today. Except for major companies like Pepsi, they've been pretty consistent. They haven't upped their price, I will say.
And people that do drugs are just so amoral. Jesus.
No.
Yeah, it's sad. It's very sad.
We don't go to we go to a different store because the store by my house, they've raised their prices so much, they've lost their mind. I don't know. They have lost their mind. It's literally $4 more than most stores.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think our stores have. I don't grocery shop. I just eat fast food, but I do get a few things here and there, and nothing. Nothing I get has really gone up since the pandemic. So maybe I just haven't noticed.
I could.
Hey, aren't we due for a baby boom to be starting about now?
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
no.
Lockdown started in March, so everybody was at home cuddling.
Oh yeah, there will be. There will be. I live around a bunch of Mormons, so that's not an understatement at all. So I guarantee you, there's gonna be a lot of COVID. What are they gonna call them? The COVID kids, the COVID babies,
Generation COVID or something.
Generation Lockdown.
So my PSA for the show is males, as much as you can, get cut.
Wrap it up.
Cut those tubes. It's even reversible, so you can change it later if you want to. But it's far easier for males to do than women. For women, it's a major surgery. Guys get cut.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're going to have a population explosion. That'll be crazy.
But see, the thing is, I would have done it decades ago if I ever had an insurance plan that would pay for it.
No kidding.
The only reason I haven't had my tubes tied is because I just haven't been able to afford it.
I'm sure it's some crazy amount because in this country we get.
Well, it's a couple $1,000s to do it. And since
is it that much?
Yeah, and there haven't been many years that I've made much over about $2,000 for the whole, or 20,000 for the whole year. So, you know, you're talking like at least 10% of my income there. 10% of my annual income to get it done.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to do another PSA. Hospitals, reduce the fucking price of vasectomies, damn it.
Well, and the stupid thing is, okay, why doesn't, you know, the like Medicaid healthcare plans cover that kind of thing? Because then it would mean you're not having kids born to families already on welfare.
Absolutely.
You don't want them anyway.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, so it would save the state money to pay for it for anyone who wants it.
It should be free. It should be.
Yep. How big does the population have to get before they realize we need to start taking some more drastic measures like this?
So true. So true.
I mean, we're approaching what, 8 billion in the world?
Yeah. Do you know, I look up weird numbers. My dad was born in 1939. He died this year, but the whole reason I'm bringing this up, in 1939, the world population was 2 billion people. So in 80 years, we've gone up 5 to 6 billion.
Yeah. Well,
that's unsustainable.
Well, in 1950, it was at it was only at, I thought it was 2 billion in 1950.
Well, probably because it was too you know, it was 2 billion. I don't know. I gotta look that up.
Yeah, because by the time,
what was the world?
I think it was by the 90s we were up over 6 billion, and people were saying how the population had tripled.
It says 2
in like 40 years.
I'm sorry. It says 2.24 billion people in 1939. Siri, what was the world's population in 1950?
In 1950, the population of world was 2,580,629,000.
So it went up 300.
So 2.5 billion.
Yeah. So it went from 2.3 to 2.5. Our population has jumped in the past.
Oh yeah.
In the past 60 years. That's insane, Arthur.
Yeah.
That's
insane.
Know,
I would like to hack all the Siri devices. so just at random, 1 out of 1,000 times, whatever the question was, it just says the deep state won't let me tell you that.
That'd be awesome. You know, I have nothing but Apple products. I know I'm being spied on. I know there was.
You know what am I doing now? I'm having an argument with a monitor.
You're yellow. Oh, there you are. You're not yellow anymore.
Because my monitor, my big sexy monitor, has a built-in camera. And I never use it. But look at this shit.
Oh, before we get too far, Sloth Girl, the quarantines was amazing. I'm going to steal that. That's awesome.
Yep.
The quarantine, that's awesome.
Okay, and Doc, Sloth Girl's asking, what's the best thing to come out of Iowa?
Oh boy, best thing to come out of Iowa. It's very difficult, subjective idea, I think. I was born in the town Winnebagos come from. There's a thing.
35W.
Oh, 35W. Oh, okay. Ah, excellent. That's the way out of Iowa.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I thought Winnebago was a Jewish lottery.
Oh.
Wow. I don't know any of these people. Okay, famous people from Iowa. Oh, okay. Oh, Frodo's from Iowa. Ashton
I,
Kutcher.
I actually didn't know that. Did you ever watch The Love Boat?
Yeah.
Remember Gopher?
Yep.
He's from Iowa. He was a senator. I think he was our Iowa senator for a long time.
Yeah.
So-
I knew he had gotten elected to the Senate after he was off the show.
Says that
Yep.
John Wayne, Gene Wilder, Herbert Hoover, Frodo.
Okay. Now Sloth Girl's just picking on Iowa.
Oh, that's
What do you call a pretty girl in Iowa? A tourist.
Where is my notepad? Sloth Girl, you're throwing out the zingers tonight. Oh, that's awesome.
You know what Iowa is an acronym for?
What's that?
Idiots out wandering around. You know what AIDS is an acronym for?
What's that?
Another Iowan discovered sex.
So having been there, is it as open as people say it is?
You mean geographically? Yeah, it's pretty flat, plainsy. Small woodlands, some wetlands. But yeah, it's pretty flat.
I drove
hilly, but not mountainy.
We have crazy topography. It's crazy here. You go from hills to the desert, to the snow, to the beach. California is it's its own universe upon itself here.
I had me some really damn cold walks to to school and home from school growing up.
Yikes!
Because there was nothing blocking the wind.
That's the worst. I that happened to me in Chicago. It's actually the coldest I've ever been. Excuse me.
Yeah, and they call it the Windy City for a reason.
Oh, it ripped through like 2 coats, long johns. I had full long johns on. You know, it was no joke. It was no.
Oh yeah, it gets cold around here.
I'm a desert dweller, so I'm like right now. You're gonna laugh at me when I tell you what the temperature is. I'm freezing, and hold on. I'm in Barrett. It's 48. Yeah, that's freezing for a California. Is it really 48? Oh, then my jacket's lovely. I'm getting toasty in my jacket. It's actually cold outside. But that's
I'm
the
not
weather.
sure. I'm not sure what it is here. It's probably down around the 20s.
Yeah, exactly. And tomorrow it's going to be 63, and that's freezing for us.
Uh-oh, why couldn't the nativity have happened in Iowa?
Oh, I know this one. I know this one.
That's good.
Stool, you're in a different dimension tonight.
Everything's going really weird.
I did tell people with the move that with moving back to Minnesota, I would be contractually obligated to rip on Iowa. Yeah, it's just required if you're a resident here.
I just had to verify myself so that I could use StreamYards.
You had to verify yourself?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't sure if you were there?
I was not sure. No.
How do you prove that you're you, though, really?
I show my heart.
That is a damn good question, considering a lot of the stuff we found out. You know, like every time you have a memory, you're never recalling the actual memory. You're just recalling the last time you thought about it. So and you're editing it every time too. So like every time you have a memory, it's like an altered copy of the original memory. So all of our memories are copies. Our mind is constantly being recopied and rewritten. Our bodies are physically replaced by different matter, like every year and a half or so.
I wish I got new lungs and new knees.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
That would be awesome.
That's the part I don't get. If your body completely replaces all the cells after a couple of years, why can't it repair some of the damage in the process?
I got a list. I have a list of things that aren't properly working. My knees, my lungs.
Hey, I'm missing part of 3 fingers.
Oh, wow.
Now, if a salamander can grow a new arm, why can't I replace the fingers?
I agree. I agree. If that was true, then my scar, I have a huge scar right here. You just can't see it because I'm dark. But that would be gone.
Racist.
I have had scars disappear over time.
The face heals. The face actually heals really
Yeah.
because I really hurt myself bad at my job.
I've busted my face open a couple times.
I was reinforcing cabinets. I was trying to be a tough guy, and I took a 2x2x8 piece of oak, cut it, and then I cut half of it, and then I kicked it like an idiot. I put it up against the tailgate of my Montero, and I kicked it, and it came back and took a piece of my face with it. I learned a valuable lesson that day.
Firstly, it's not a jumper, it's a onesie. So shut up. And secondly, I've not used this monitor for about 3 years. I did not expect its camera to switch on. So fuck you all.
You have a angelic light above you. You look like you're about to say something prophetic.
You look like you're being raptured.
Now it's a Renaissance painting. With your onesie, it is a Renaissance thing. Do something spectacular, Stool.
I am the little baby Jesus. I'm gonna scare you all now.
Where I'm from, they lock people up for saying they're the little baby Jesus.
I wish I could take a photo of this because you guys are all now really fucking massive.
I love how complimentary you are, Stool.
I don't like you.
I'm in love. You know, love is such a beautiful thing.
Shut up.
Are you really taking a picture?
Yeah. I'm just going to prove to you all that I'm not a nerd.
Sitting bundled up in a onesie in front of a computer isn't really a good start.
Fuck off, Purple, you dick.
And you constantly show off your starship, too. That would throw you in the nerd category.
Oh gosh, yeah. I've got something really important to do. I really need to refine some more dilithium.
I actually looked up Klingon fishing because of you and know way more about a game I'm not playing than I ever wanted to know.
Klingon fishing?
Stool.
Yeah, from Star Trek Online.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stool is constantly changing the name of the group. And anything that says Klingon catches my eye. You are constantly changing the name of that, Stool.
I have actually got some important things that I should have been doing. rather than talking to you idiots.
Nobody does important things at 1:30 in the morning.
No, it's like 7 or 8 over there. Do you go in public
Gosh,
wearing that?
That's not real.
Please tell me you go in public wearing that. It is 7:40 in the morning over there.
I have actually done it once, yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It's very warm.
To be fair, your country is like Portland, Oregon, where it's raining all the time. So I'm sure people dress like that, right?
Listen, Riemann, I've got such.
I'm trying to strike up a conversation here, Stool.
Dude, I've got really important things to do.
Usually you and I are. We would have been like 10 how you doings by now. Commercial break, but you're all up on your phone. You're playing with your cameras. You
Dude,
look like you're about to be
I need
abducted.
my dilithium, and I've got to do a snowball fight.
You look like you're about to be abducted right now.
Oh, I'm getting stressed. I'm getting really.
Do you sleep? Do you sleep? Because even I have to sleep.
Sleep. Sleep is for the weak.
I get a little hypoglycemic, but guys, I can't even say it anymore. Hypoglycemic when I don't sleep. Does it
I
eventually?
just don't sleep.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Does it catch up to you, Perp? Does like not sleeping catch up to you?
Unfortunately, not in any really appreciable way. Hey, Jenny.
Hey.
How's it going?
Hello.
Okay,
The
how's
problem with
biology?
me is I just wind up being what I refer to as in zombie mode for weeks at a time. That I don't really sleep, but I'm not fully awake.
I pass out. I better be near a couch when I lose sleep. I will pass out.
Yeah, that only happens to me if I literally go 3 days without any sleep at all.
My clock has been off completely because of having to stay home. So I just go through these insane sleep cycles, and I can't breathe.
Yeah, I would give most anything to just be able to sleep through the night, even once or twice a month.
Wow. I get cranky after about 4 days of not sleeping. Usually by Thursday. But I'm in love, so I haven't been as cranky lately. But usually by this time of the week, I'm a harpy.
No, but you got a sore wrist.
I'm ambidextrous. Where would we be without your one-liners?
There you go. I'll tell you.
Oh, you go catatonic? Wow. I hallucinate after 72 hours, so I force myself to go to sleep.
Yeah, that happens to me too. It gets around 3 days and I do start to hallucinate. I have also at that point written some things that I find deeply disturbing.
I used to journal a lot. And I look back at some of my journals and I'm like, man, I must have been, I was hurting or up for a day or two.
Hey, William, maybe you've got a heads up on this. What's the latest on Jen's brother?
He's at home and feeling better. I do have the scoop. He got released and he's doing better. He actually said hi today. They're all smiles.
They still have no idea what's going on?
No, he's at home. But they have him on she said diuretics, but I think as an American I think that's antibiotics.
No, diuretics are not antibiotics.
Okay, I have no idea what I'm saying. This is the point where
diuretics are for lowering the amount of water in your system.
Thank you. And so because of that, they'll be there for a couple more days.
This is so big. Dude. Oh, God. It's massive.
That's what she said.
This is the biggest thing ever. I literally can't click on the icons. This screen is so big.
Is that really a onesie?
Oh, yeah. Are you doubting me?
Well, you just never struck me as the kind of man who would wear a onesie.
And here we are.
And here we are.
And here we are.
Well, it really increases his precious quotient, don't you think?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Is that as in, oh, how precious, or in my precious?
Either, I suppose.
Yeah, they're both patronizing. Do you have a weird filter on there?
No, I've never used that camera for like about 10 years. It's built into the monitor. It's an Apple monitor that's about 10 feet away from me. So it's weird as fuck. Very weird. But sexy. Very sexy.
Oh, I have to get the
It's big.
chat online here. See who the heck's here. I'm sorry I'm late, by the way. Chat online here. See who. Oh, Nerdy and Renee Enemy and Sloth Girl and Nerdy again and Sloth Girl again and
Okay,
Doorknob.
Jenny, I thought you couldn't read the side chat while you were in here.
I have both my devices again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So,
you know, I'm kind of torn here between a rock and a hard place. Because I'd completely forgotten how utterly sexy this monitor is. It's so fucking sexy. Riemann, you'd love it. You really would. This is like fucking. Look at the size of that. This is fucking awesome.
hi, Enter. It's that big, huh?
It's a whopper, my friend. It's a fucking whopper. But it doesn't play along well with Windows, so I've had to boot into Mac OS, which is a terrible shame because if I was in Windows, I could fire up my Star Trek game and I could show you how fucking tough I am.
What monitor is it?
I could show you my big ship.
Oh, I don't want to see your ship.
You all want to see my ship. It's massive. It's massive. It's big and shiny and smooth. It's really cool.
What's a long tube with semen in it?
A submarine?
Yeah, submarine. Jeez.
I was waiting for the punchline.
Boy, that was really something, huh? Still, it wasn't that good of a joke. It's pretty old, actually.
I'm not laughing.
What was oh, never mind. Never mind. So how's your night going, Jenny?
Oh, just fine. I had to purchase and listen to the new Taylor Swift album that was just released at midnight.
Is it good?
You dick. Shut the fuck up.
It's good. I mean, everything she does is good. Technically, she's so talented, but it doesn't do for me what her last album did before that.
I hate
good.
Jenny so much. She's such a fucking
bitch.
Dick.
I am not a dick. Don't ever call me a dick, or I will come over there and chop yours off. You got that, Shorty?
That's a promise.
Shorty.
You can call me anything you want. Don't ever call me that.
But Jenny, I put my onesie on for you.
That's fine. You still don't get to call me that.
Oh, Stool, how you doing after that fumble?
I did not do a fumble. I never do a fumble. Actually, I'm doing not too well, but that's another story because I'm British, so it's shit over here. Pile of wank, blah blah blah. So
Yeah,
whatever.
it's pretty bad over there, actually. It is pretty bad over there.
Yeah, kind of. So whatever. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm just going to walk around into every shop I go into. I'm just going to walk in and say, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Hey, they'll throw stuff at you. It might be free stuff. Might be hot coffee.
I don't care. I've given up on life, so I'll do anything. I'll do anything for a pizza.
Seems fair. It looks like life gave up on you some time ago.
Fuck off.
So you just made another T-shirt. I'll do anything for a pizza. You're welcome. Yeah. You're welcome.
There we go. New one for Stool. We'll live stream for pizza.
That's a good one. That's a good one. See, it's a working title.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
You really do. That is a well-built onesie. Is it insulated, or do you have a coat on underneath?
Oh, am I looking buff?
I'm layered. I'm wearing layers right now.
Am I looking like a big bloke?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the temperature is outside, but I had to open my window because they're cranking the heat in this apartment too high.
Wow.
And I have the thermostat completely shut off. The thermostat's set at like 50 degrees.
Oh, wow.
And it's like I can't do anything to reduce it anymore, and it's just too hot.
You would overheat here. It's tomorrow. The high is going to be 63, and I guarantee you. Oh, excuse me. I guarantee you, people are going to be in full winter coats with with headbands on, full ski gear. People freak out in California when it gets cold.
It's about 36 in your neighborhood.
Okay. That's we've got daytime temperatures in the low 30s, and so far I haven't taken out my winter coat yet. I'm still on the fall jacket.
Although today it hit 50.
It's 48 right now.
I wasn't out today. I was out yesterday after dark, and the bank clock said it was 32.
They're talking a bunch of snow this week.
Well, it's about time.
Climate change. We've had 70-degree weather every day, and then it just dropped off, and we had 40-mile-an-hour winds on Tuesday, and then it kind of went away, and now the temperature's dropping. I have stopped myself twice. I will buy a Snuggie one day.
I haven't had a onesie since like kindergarten.
I have a military one, but I gained way too much weight.
A military onesie?
Yeah, with
the flap in the back that with two buttons and opens up.
It's been so long. I haven't looked. I don't know. I don't think it has a flap.
I don't know if he's gotten it yet.
One big zipper.
Cyrus had a Snuggie on his Amazon wish list.
Hey, you knock one of those things until you try it, and then you'll fall asleep on the couch and love those damn things.
Oh yeah, I can see if you're just sitting there watching a movie. I can see him.
During hockey season, I fall asleep on the couch, and I have a giant blanket, and I pass out, and it's glorious.
Hey, when I was living in that house trailer up in Michigan, I would have loved one.
I can't see a damn thing.
The best I could do there was to keep the smallest bedroom at a comfortable temperature, and the rest of the place was at like 60 degrees.
You know what I started doing is I started buying like oversized blankets. That's when I lived in Portland, though. I started buying oversized blankets, and I just got used to sleeping on like a giant stack of blankets.
When I moved in here, I finally got a queen size bed because I was tired of having to share so much with the dog. And I don't have the dog anymore, but I still have the bed, and it's so nice to have that much space and just be able to roll anywhere.
This is so bizarre.
And the blankets are so good.
Sloth Girl is
nudge, nudge, wink, wink,
killing it with the one-liners tonight.
You know, when you pull,
I'm stealing that too, Sloth Girl. How you'll do it?
What was his name?
When you pull the comments up on screen, they're literally bigger than my house. They're massive. I'm not kidding you. They're like this big, but I can't read side chat because side chat is like.
Is your computer dying?
No, my computer's fine, but my monitor's fucking massive. Can't read a damn thing.
Yeah, Sloth Girl's in the same building I am, so she's got the problem too, that they're running the heat too high. I guess it's because of all the old people in the building, but
yeah.
But it's like they're supposed to set at a base level, and we're supposed to adjust it a bit higher if we need to for each apartment.
What's your name again? Purple. You're an old person too.
Not yet.
Okay.
No. Old is always defined as 5 years more than my current age.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to wait until I'm 5 years older than I am now before I can be old.
Growing up is mandatory. Growing old is optional.
No, growing old is mandatory. Growing up is optional.
It's legal where I live. It's legal.
Hang on a second. Have they changed it again?
Nerdy says you need an exceptionally high quality monitor to be able to read the side chat.
I've got an exceptionally high quality monitor. Trust me, you people would want to lick it. It's so
what monitor do you have? You haven't told us that.
I can't remember because it's
Is it one of the Apple monitors? One of the big ones?
It's an Apple big one, yeah.
I bought my Apple
Robert
monitor.
X. That was mean.
It was the very first generation that came out. Flat screen.
I've sent a picture actually on the Twitters,
and it was a 21-inch diagonal, and it was just stunning. And like I said, it was the first generation. It was the first on the fucking market, and it cost me $2,500 fucking dollars.
I actually got mine.
That was back in the days when I actually had money.
I bought this fucker. Sorry, Purple.
Okay, Robert. No, I've never taken a walk with her.
I bought this fucker back in 2012.
I didn't walk with them, but I ate them.
You know how you can buy refurbished things
with Dino
from Apple?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did.
I used to hang out with Betty and Wilma. We had this little three-way lesbian thing going.
Don't sing the song.
Why are you doing this?
I'm singing it right now in my head.
You sing nothing, you dirty Riemann. You got me a spanking, you twat.
Oh, you guys are blamed for what? For singing The Who?
No, Led Zeppelin. Who the fuck sings Led Zeppelin, for Christ's sake?
It was The Who. It was The Who. I was singing The Who.
My last one, right, which has been banned worldwide, because somebody sang a Benny Hill song. What the fuck?
I wasn't in your last one where you were promising blackface. You still have not given me blackface.
Dude, listen, if I said that, then
you did
I was watching. I said, "Ooh, Stu, I'm not in there."
If
This
you
was
do
happening.
blackface, you give me a warning so I don't come in. I don't want to be anywhere near
You
anything
were
with blackface
unsupervised.
associated.
Stool was unsupervised, is what it was, and he got in his 1970s mode.
You will get people
Okay.
hunting you down like a dog if you do that.
Jenny, they're calling for pictures of you with Betty and Wilma.
We didn't have
Yeah.
cameras back then.
Yeah, you did. I've seen.
Yes,
the,
you did. You had a little pterodactyl inside them. I've seen them.
Yeah, but we were moving too much. Pterodactyl couldn't get a good rendering.
Oh, does Betty move?
Oh, Betty squiggles like crazy. She's a screamer.
Oh,
Wilma just moans, which is kind of unusual
She looks
considering
like
she's a redhead.
she looks like a take charge kind of gal.
But Barney Rubble was our sex slave. We put him in the restraints and the ball gag and the mask and stuff.
Yikes!
He liked it that way.
yabba dabba do.
Yeah, but yikes!
That's where the expression came from.
Was that his safe word? Was yikes?
No, yabba dabba do.
This has gone so weird.
It's so south.
Okay, here's Stool's monitor. It's tiny. Mine is so much bigger.
Oh, is that a Retina monitor on the laptop?
On the laptop, no, it's not actually. But the laptop, this is where we do this thing, Riemann. Do you remember? Cows, small, far away.
Yeah, spatial
Small,
perception.
far away.
Yeah,
Small, far away. So the big thing is far away.
it's called spatial perception.
Yeah, it's not that far away.
This is
It is-
close. These are far away.
It is.
I have
actually
a
quite
fairly
far
large.
away.
I have a fairly large monitor. Like you guys look huge on my screen, even in the corner.
I'd like to see Stool look huge.
Oh, that's what she said, but not when we're live.
Yeah, that's a strike.
Yeah. I've got a 32-inch for my main monitor.
Damn, you're big.
You know, let me see what mine is.
U.S. Marshals to guard COVID vaccine distribution.
Oh, yours is bigger. I just needed an excuse to pull this out. I just like playing with it.
I kind of guessed that. Yeah.
There's been a rise in shoplifting of food in America.
Of course, because there's no stimulus checks. Shocker.
Yeah, when people get desperate, they start to steal things. Big surprise.
Hyundai sees flying taxis in 8 years.
There's not going to be anyone to fly. Ay. I'm not surprised people are stealing food at all. I'm not. Especially when they're not getting any help at all.
Yep. Okay, yeah, Sloth Girl's on her 50-inch, but mine's still packed in the closet because I haven't finished my entertainment center.
I want to get a new computer. I'm tired of not having a computer.
What kind do you have? What do you have right now?
I have 2 very old Mac laptops. And one of them is completely failed.
What age?
And the other one is the keyboard has stopped working right. I need to replace the keyboard. What age? They're both in the 2000. 2010 kind of age group.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, they're really old.
Because Macs are.
I need something with at least an i5 in it.
I think I have the exact same MacBook Pro that
No.
Stool has.
Macs are kind of rated age-wise by when they were born. So mine, for example, this thing that I'm using now, Apple will call it a late 2012, which
Okay,
means that
so you
which
have
means
the
that
dual.
sorry. It means that I can't install the latest operating system.
Right. You're
because
limited to what about El Capitan?
No, I'm on what's it called? Thingy. The latest. I'm on the latest one, but I can't have the next one.
Catalina?
I'm on Catalina, yeah, but I can't have the next one.
Yeah, see, my problem is I use Photoshop and InDesign a lot, and
yeah,
if I move up to the next operating system, I lose those.
Yeah, I lost those as well.
Oh, thanks, Spooky. I didn't know that.
But that's why I dual boot. So, I dual boot into Windows 10. So I've got Photoshop and those kind of things over on there.
I run Catalina.
The next one is called, what's it called? It begins with an S. Suri, I think it is. That's
Siri?
No, Suri, which is the latest name for the latest Mac OS, Suri.
Yeah, Sloth Girl, is there a punchline for this? Why is meatloaf such a great safe word?
I don't know why. Why is it?
I can't believe how big those things pop out for me.
What's that?
Because I would do anything for love, but I won't do that.
I'm sorry, I don't get it.
It was one of Meatloaf's songs.
Oh.
I'm quite liking this, to be honest, because fuck off, knob. Also, I've
never let your meatloaf.
I've never been able. No, I'll start again. I've not been able to tittify or Christmasify my Twitter avatars or whatever because I've lost all my fucking graphics today. I've lost everything. All my stuff has gone, which is why I'm not.
Sorry.
So.
No, is that from your boot, your Windows boot partition?
Boot. So you're telling me that I can use my old MacBook Pro to go online because it keeps on telling me that it can only take one more update and it won't let me click into StreamYards.
Oh, no. If you can get online and open a browser, then you can use StreamYards.
Okay. Because it wouldn't let me do it. I have I may or may not have another Mac sitting right here, and it won't let me into StreamYards. But it's older.
May or may not.
I have 3 of them next to each other.
Uh-huh. But you may or may not.
Oh, Stool.
Schrodinger's laptop.
I think how it works is if you've got a MacBook Pro, which is what I have.
Let me see
if it's older than 2012, that's it. You can't. You're gone now. You can't have the new OS. It won't work. Which is a real pain in the ass because I've spent literally all day, and I'm not joking. What time are we on now? Yeah, more than 24 hours. I've been fucking around in Mac.
You have to remember the company's promise about computers. Apple II forever.
Yeah, but to be fair, you know, this thing that I'm using now, if it's 2011 or 12, that's 10 years. That's not too bad. And
There used to be
still
a guy who had a Mac Plus. This was within the last 10 years. It finally stopped, but I don't think it was because it wasn't possible anymore. He just got tired of it. But he had a Mac Plus that he had set up as a server, and it would hook up to the internet.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
could actually use this 1 megabyte
Oh wow.
Mac
Oh,
Plus as a server.
The tremendous thing about this, I mean, we all know that the Apple products cost us a fortune, and most people can't afford them. Luckily, or for whatever, I was able to buy myself this thing when it was the current-ish model. That was 10 years ago.
See, I've only bought one brand new Mac, and everyone else has been used. You know,
Okay.
you get them off lease a year or two old. They cost less than half their original price, and they work just fine for years.
I just put a picture. I just put a picture in the group of my setup.
You're a dirty pervert.
And yes, that is the doctor and Rose.
The thing is, this machine that I'm using right now, which I use for everything, is fine. It works perfectly. I can do literally everything on it.
Stool, do you see that? That's my desk. And
are you a dirty are you shitting me?
No, that's my desk. It's even better now. It's even better now because I have my MacBook Pro too.
Oh, you know what?
I'm not joking around. I'm not joking around. Apple, like I said, Apple is spying on me. They are spying on me.
Okay. I wouldn't even have room in my apartment for that desk.
That's why That's why I've completely cluttered this room on purpose.
Riemann.
Yes.
I don't do the gay, but I want you.
You want my computers, is what you want. Okay. You want this is my pleasure room, is what it is.
We're getting reports that Doc's phone is packed it up for the night. So
yeah.
That's usually it. He hangs in here as long as his battery will last.
That's a weird thing, actually, because as some of you will know, I have to do all this through a phone, and my phone is shit. And so I've been awake for 48 hours fixing things, and one of those things was the phone. Because that's how I get my internet connection. And I don't know what he's using, but hopefully it's not a Samsung device. I don't know.
Oh, Samsungs are terrible.
They're good TVs.
But I have an iPhone, and they're awful. They are awful. Right around, I swear they're trying to coax me into getting a new one because my phone just started messing up for no reason. And then I called them, and all of a sudden, it's back to normal.
What kind of phone?
I have an iPhone.
That's unusual.
When I got into Apple, I got myself the MacBook Pro, which I'm using now. I've got 2 iPads, Apple Watch, Apple phone, all that kind of shit. iPhone. I did all that. Mm-hmm. They all died on the same fucking day.
They suck so bad.
I'm not even joking about this.
No, I'm not either. Apple, it's not. They purposely strike their technology. They make it to where.
See, if you don't believe me,
that's just not true.
I'll get
this computer on the right is telling me that It'll be done in 2022. The one in the middle told me it'll stop taking updates in 2023. And this one I'm talking to you is newer, so don't judge me. But the older ones flat out tell me when they're going to stop working. And I have nothing in my my MacBook Pro said good luck. It did its last update and said good luck.
See, they'll continue to work. You just have to realize that you can't go up to the latest, greatest operating system, and they work within the realm that they're comfortable with the older software and stuff. The software is always evolving. There's no way you're going to anybody's ever going to build a computer that doesn't go useless at some point.
I know, but not this fast. My Apple IIe lasted forever. I was playing Reader Rabbit in 1997. I still have Thief of Fate over here somewhere. I miss my Apple IIe.
The last new computer I had was a Commodore 64. All the Windows systems I've had were hand-me-downs from other people or things that we cobbled together from spare parts. So I've always run on a computer that was 5 to 10 years old.
Yeah. See, I still have my original Mac Plus, and actually it was a Mac 128. And I love it, and it got me into computers. It taught me that I was capable of doing this, and I'll never want to part with it because of that. But am I going to use it ever again? Well, no, of course not.
If I could be asked,
I don't really care to wait for 5-6 minutes while it starts up.
I have an old I have a Windows 7 Dell over here. I still watch DVDs on. It still works.
If I could be asked to move the muff cam within about 10 feet of me, I've got a big iPad, an iPad mini, an Apple Watch, 2 iPhones. They're all dead.
But what are they dead from? See, are they dead because of a battery? Well, no battery lasts forever. You have to replace those from time to time.
No, batteries do not last
dead,
forever.
Dave. They're all dead, Dave.
Oh, jeez.
Batteries can last forever. That's very true. However, the operating system behind the batteries can lie to you.
A long time ago, I heard you say something like that.
A long time ago, because we've been together, how long now, Riemann? About what?
Years.
10 years?
I told you. I regenerate into you. How you doing? How you doing? Remember, Americans are aggressive. How you doing? You do it too.
Yeah, see, again, that varies from state to state. People on the coast are aggressive. People in the middle of the country, we're pretty laid back because we know nothing's going to get to us.
That's true. Yeah. People in California are a-holes, complete a-holes.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you've got to come through New York or LA to get to us, it's just not happening.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any North Korean nuclear rockets.
Yeah, because they're going to bomb the heck out of me first.
Yep.
Well, what's-his-face has promised to hit Seattle. He's threatened Seattle a few times. That'll at least give me time to run if something did happen.
How effective is threatening to hit Seattle?
Well, Seattle's a very significant city. It's got all of Microsoft there. It's got Starbucks.
Okay, so he's doing us a couple favors.
I would think that there's a number of major corporations that have workings going down in Seattle. I don't know, but I imagine there are.
Well, I lived in Oregon.
Everybody wants to live there lately, so.
When I lived in Oregon, Nike was the only Fortune 500 company there. So let's look up, see what's in Seattle. It wasn't too prosperous when I was there. Let's just put it that way. But the economy's always been crap. Stool wishes.
I still want to go to Seattle and go.
My dad worked for NASA. Still wishes he was my dad.
I want to go up the Space Needle.
It's a beautiful place. Like, the Pacific Northwest is amazing. You know, it's one of those places. But if you've been to Vermont, it's kind of the same thing.
It's just going to be mostly wiped out when that 8 to 9 Richter scale earthquake hits.
Yep, on Jersey by Seattle. It's just that Amazon's there.
See?
Oh, Amazon's everywhere now.
Yeah.
So now you just look like the creepy guy in the corner.
500,000 square foot place in Wisconsin.
You look like a reporter's gonna walk in that. Yeah, you do look like you're being abducted.
I've got to say, I'm really enjoying this because you guys are so big. You're massive, and I can see every little dimple and wrinkle on your head, Riemann. I really can.
See what?
I improved my lighting, so I'm extra shiny.
Stool really likes big men.
And shiny ones too.
Yeah, big shiny men.
Between him and Dave, they're impressed with my head.
Ooh, shiny.
We do like his head.
I'm retired. I'm in love and I'm retired.
So you like shiny big men's head, huh? Okay.
Shut up, Jenny. You.
I'm just using your words.
Matter of fact, no. You know what? I won't do that. So, anyways, I am all loved up. So I'll.
Up. There we go.
Hey, Renee,
I've been there.
Renee, I got a question. Why do you have NME at the end? Back in the early gamer days, back in the early 90s, NME was the abbreviation for enemy. You know, your enemy.
Still is.
And
it still is.
So Renee enemy is that pronounced correctly then? Renenemy.
Renenemy? Is that like a frenemy?
It could be, maybe. I'm just looking for an answer.
Mega Nuts is here.
I'm not allowed.
I love it, Mega Nuts.
I'm not allowed to answer because apparently I'm in a gulag.
Oh, Renee and me. You look like you're.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, if someone walked around with a patch that said enemy, they would be asking for a fight around here.
See, Renee, you could just use the ampersand instead of the N.
Aw, that's awesome. So,
what's that?
Yeah,
not me. Okay, we've narrowed it down to Jenny. We know who the culprit is.
You've got to stop doing that. Those games are way.
Are you? You sound like you're starting up some turntables. Are we going to start rapping or what?
I don't have a turntable. Well, actually, I do have a turntable, but it's in a box.
I know.
Somebody gave me a turntable, and I have no clue what to do with it because I don't have a stereo or speakers or nothing. But I have this brand new in the box turntable.
Send it to me. I have speakers and a giant amp. And
you want it?
And annoyingly, yes, I have annoyingly. Where are my speakers?
You have to pay for shipping.
I have annoyingly big speakers. You see those? I have 4 of those, and I annoy my neighbors on purpose. They're huge.
Those are tiny.
They're JBLs though.
We used to have, I ran this small business before I got into cars, and our office was like maybe 10 foot by 6 foot, and in there we had 2 Klipschorns, which are gigantic corner speakers
Oh yeah.
that are about 4 feet high and about 3 feet wide. And then on top of those, we had a pair of JBL studio monitors.
Heck yeah.
And we could get that thing so loud that the entire building would shake, and we would get complaints from neighbors a block away. It was pretty loud, but it was we're playing the Who and stuff on when we're on
Every once in a while, I play
things.
mariachi music to make my neighbors feel extremely uncomfortable. I play mariachi music as loud as I can.
Why would that make them uncomfortable?
I live in a really Trumpy I live in an all white neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
And so they're and it's super Republican here. So, but my neighbors are really nice people. They wave to me, They're good people. But every once in a while, I play mariachis or I'll play Slayer or something loudly, like I could hear it bouncing off of other people's garages.
Well, you're a lot nicer than me because I'm sorry if you're a Republican, you're not a nice person because you're supporting a party that is so interested in the elimination of other people, the elimination of voter rights, of manipulating the vote. Look what they're doing right now.
Yeah, but cowards will always smile to your face. That's the thing. I'm not saying they're admirable. Being a good person doesn't make you a hero. That just means you're doing the bare minimum in society where you're not messing with other people. Cowards,
but they are.
I
If you're voting for the Republican Party,
I would rather you smile in my face than I'd rather someone smile in my face than stab me in the back.
This is too big for me to deal with.
All right, we'll just talk about the Tories then instead.
How do I make things bigger?
Wow, how did you get so big?
You guys are all like really massive, but I can't see side chat and I can't click because everything else is.
Stu, I think you should clean the lens of your camera. You're very soft. There's very little contrast. It's like there's a thumbprint or fog over the lens.
It's called the UK filter.
Is that what it's called?
Universally crappy?
No, they're gonna kick out all the brown. They're gonna blame all their problems on the brown people. That's the UK filter, and fish, and put borders in Kent. You should put Jason Briggs Moggs out in the ocean, just in a boat. Just put them out in the ocean. Just let them slowly drift out.
Oh my God! How the hell can a human being see that?
What's that?
That's impossible.
I can't look at that picture. That reminds me of when YouTube was cool and I could watch Blake 7 on YouTube. But the BBC takes down everything. I had it all over my channel and they took it down and told me if I put it back up, they're going to take my channel down.
I wonder if yours is the one I downloaded them from a couple of years ago.
I downloaded it from somebody else thinking that it wouldn't, nothing would happen. But they eventually went after that person and then they went after me. And it was just it was bad.
I downloaded most of the episodes off of YouTube like 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, so smart. I obsessively just watched them over and over and over again. That was a great show. That was a well-written, great show.
Yeah, I don't have quite all of them. There's a couple of gaps.
I miss watching it all the time, to tell you the honest truth. I miss watching Blake 7.
Did you see what was just released today? That's just going to drive Trump insane. I just sent it to you a perp on Twitter. If you could share the screen with it. Don't say anything, William.
Okay,
Yeah, 'cause
hold on.
I know exactly what it is. I know
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll bet you do.
Where's Twitter?
I laughed because someone put, "Oh, he's having a bad day because of this."
Oh, yeah, I heard about this.
I laughed so hard when I saw it.
Nope. No, what's it? Okay, that wasn't anything. Back.
That's it.
Yeah. I honestly don't get why he got Man of the Year.
Who? Biden?
Biden.
They did it just to
they
piss
kicked
off
Trump's
Trump.
ass.
No,
Yeah,
they did
sure
it just to
did.
piss off Trump
I
because
have no doubt.
this was all politics. The
Yeah.
owner of they're just done. They're done with Trump and his lying and his crap.
And I just sent you another one, which is one of my most favorite memes on the internet. And it's just making the rounds again.
Oh, they're such losers. God, they're such losers. Trump and all of his cronies are such they are COVID-ridden losers.
The Times Person of the Year does not necessarily mean you're a good person, because Hitler was the Man of the Year in 1933. So
that was all. They did it just to piss off.
There it is. And it's just I feel smart when I see that, and I know it. I know the joke. It's just I like it.
Yeah.
I'm not a brilliant person, so it's kind of fun to have one that I actually understand.
All right, I am in love. I got to get off the phone. I'm paying attention. I'm in the present. I'm here.
Okay, so what's with Stool? Why are you trying to share the South Park thing?
oh, the moment has passed.
Yeah, well, it probably would have got me in trouble anyway.
Oh no, it would not have got you in trouble. No, I'm a good boy. You know this.
Yeah, I know you're trying, but YouTube is just fanatical about some things.
Stu, you have literally taught me what not to do on YouTube. You have literally taught me what I take notes. Every time you get a strike, I'm like, ooh, don't do that. Don't say this. You can't play this song.
No, I have to say that I learned those lessons from other people.
Exactly.
I've gotten 2 copyright strikes on my channel, and Stool was not involved with either of those.
Ouch. Were they bad?
No, basically, one of them was a little clip of some animals, but it had the Discovery Channel logo on it.
Yeah.
So they picked up the logo and they hit me on that. And the other one was that we played part of the theme song from a TV show from the early 1990s that actually only aired like 6 episodes and has never been seen since. But NBC felt they had to file a copyright claim for that.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That is how insane these companies are.
It's AI nonsense. Every stream I do, and I've said this before, you enter your description. I get things added to my description that tells me who's sang certain songs. So, yeah, the Riemann sang something about Led Zeppelin. What?
It was the Who. It was not Led Zeppelin. You keep on. I know this because I came in your stream singing the Who.
I've got the fucking copyright thing.
Well, then they don't know what they're talking about.
I've got in trouble for Benny Hill, who's not even a real person, but I can't win.
when I tried to get on your show today that you posted the 3 minutes 52-second test.
That wasn't a test.
It wanted me to sign in and prove my age.
Yeah, because I'm a good boy, so I've kind of checked the thing that you have to be 18 plus to watch my streams.
Well, so fine. So I go look at your thing, expecting it to be something nice and tawdry and enjoyable, and here it was, this most boring damn thing I've ever seen. And I had to sign away for that. Jeez.
Yeah. But,
Oh, yeah, that reminds me.
The only thing that made it obscene was its lack of quality.
Fuck you.
I need to go back and check if Nervadia's last live stream is still up. She did one purposely being as boring as possible to see if they were just going to strike anything from her channel, because like her last 3 videos got struck.
I wondered what that was about.
Yeah, so she did a video just giving the recipe for a cake.
I clicked on it and walked out of the room, and then came back and was like, oh.
What kind of cake?
It was a dairy-free cheesecake, which right there in itself is enough to totally sound disgusting to me.
Oh, a what free cheesecake?
A dairy-free cheesecake.
Cheesecake?
Yes, a cheesecake with no cheese and no milk.
That's not a cheesecake.
And no cake.
Yeah, it was
that's
made
not-
with almond milk.
That's not milk. That's some
That's
laboratory's cruel idea. Yeah, it's a fake cake. I agree with Amiga Nuts. That's a fake cake.
Yep. The cake was a lie.
I now want cake. Damn it. I'm not allowed to get cake because it's whatever time it is. I'm not allowed out.
It's like 9 in the morning. I'm gonna leave.
Oh, I missed this one.
I'm not allowed to leave.
How do you?
I'm not allowed to leave my house, Stu. I'm in a lockdown too.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? It's 8:36.
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm all loved up. How you doing?
I'm never going to tire of this, ever.
Okay, well, if GeoSam is right, it's lack of quality that draws viewers. So Stool and I should soon have the most popular channels on YouTube.
You know what? GeoSam has got the best. How you doing? He's really good at that one. He's very good.
Well, then he needs to come into my channel more. I don't get his voice in here much.
Oh, damn it. Look, listen, I'm X years old. I'm wearing a fucking onesie.
Yep.
And I'm sitting here saying, how you doing? I don't give a crap. GeoSam, come on in.
And you were doing beard cam, excellent.
Yep.
Come on, that's another.
I'm probably right. The authors of the cookbook will probably give Nervadia copyright strike for the recipe.
When you wear that onesie, do you have to wear a diaper too?
I don't like you. Go away.
Well, answer the question.
I don't like you. Go away.
All right, so we'll assume that's a yes.
He doesn't have to wear a diaper. He doesn't have an office chair. He's sitting on the potty the whole time.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Don't, Ob. Fuck you.
He wants a slice of your love boat.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, those aren't headphones that Stool's wearing. Those are earmuffs. You know he's obsessed with muffs.
And why a stool? Why not an ottoman?
I do like muffs.
Well, ottomans
Yeah,
aren't
I like muffs too, but you know, we're trying not to be dirty here.
Sorry, I'm whispering sweet nothings.
Well, so who is this person that you're so infatuated with?
Oh, Jen from Jen's Little Corner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're doing the thing together.
We went on Stool's stream, and last week we were being sickening on your stream too.
Oh yeah, no, I know you were, the two of you
Oh,
were going at it there.
we weren't joking.
I didn't know it was growing.
And then they get together on Zoom privately, and
Well,
Yeah.
they think privately.
Okay, so do you leave a stream going so you watch each other sleep?
oh, that would be so romantic.
No, but we do that. We do that thing where we do that thing where we lower our voice and we say, "Bye."
How are you doing?
Bye. Bye. And we sit there for 10 minutes and we get all loved up and I take the bass out of my voice even more. Good times. It's good times.
Oh, and Amiga Nuts has a link to Nervardius Cake stream.
Does everybody become a 7th grader when they fall in love?
Yes. Yeah. And it's gross.
Amiga, geez, I never heard you so forceful.
Yes, an open call for revolt.
I can't believe how big that is.
That's what she said. That's what she said again.
That's what she said again. That is so. I can't believe this. It's massive.
I get that every time I open the engine of my hood. Every time I open the hood and show my engine.
My socks don't talk, but they do post on the internet late at night. Now, if I could just get all my sock accounts to subscribe to my channel, I might get some more.
Would those be crew socks or knee socks?
Or
Thigh highs?
people who create alter egos to troll people.
Well, they were true socks, but 2 of them are imposters, and we can't figure out which ones.
I thought I was obnoxious when I was taking pictures with my Nikon.
Yeah. Listen, you are obnoxious and you're a dick. I mean, you literally got your big camera out and started playing with it. I mean, who does that?
You do. You do. You know what? I'm not going to start playing with my camera. I have too. It's just pure ADD in this room. I have too much stuff in here.
But does he have a real telephoto lens, the kind that grows when you stroke the buttons?
You're going to make me pull it out, aren't you?
This is definitely what she said.
We usually refer to it as whipping it out.
I'll whip this one out.
What lens is that? Is that a Tamron or what?
Yeah.
Is that 650? Oh, that make me look. Oh, okay. So it's an actual. I can't see. I can't see the size.
By the way, as this
I'm looking for the specs.
I'm also not really editing the description here like I usually do, because half the time I'm not even sure what topic we're talking about.
That's just a focal length. That I want the specs of the lens. F-stop, focal length.
I take pictures. I take pictures of the moon. You know, I go out in the desert and take awesome pictures.
Is it a 70 to 200?
I have a different lens for that. I have a whole setup depending on what I want to take pictures of. This one I've been using for more out in the middle of nowhere. This one is like my paparazzi one. This one's, but then again, Nikon quality in general, like it doesn't change from camera to camera. This is a D3 body with a D4 in it, and I took everything out and just turned it into a D4. So most of their parts are pretty interchangeable.
That's what she said.
Take off the infrared sensor or the infrared filter on the sensor, and turn it into an infrared camera.
You know, my neighbor did that with his. He made this really elaborate filter to look at the sun, and then we looked at the sun one time, and I was like, "Wow, that's amazing," and then never did it again. I like action shots. I don't know. I'm really weird with my camera. I love going out in the middle of the desert, but I haven't done it in a while because of COVID, and you know, I'm actually respecting the stay-at-home order.
You haven't gone out in the middle of the desert because of COVID, because it's so hard to social distance out there.
No, but then I have to go to the gas station, and I have to bring my trailer and bring all the toys.
Okay, what's the problem with going to the gas station? You use the pay at the pump. You never go inside.
You actually talked me into it. I should go this weekend.
Yeah, going out in the middle of the wilderness where there's no people, there's nothing wrong with that.
I've become such a I've been hiding at my house. My house has become my shell.
Although if the tarantulas start coming down with COVID, we'll blame you.
Oh, the scorpions too. We have scorpions out here. It's nothing to see a scorpion just kind of walk across the garage. But that's living in the desert.
I saw one of those shows about, people's houses being infested. They had one about a house infested with scorpions.
Oh, wow.
And that, no matter what they did with the exterminator and the bug bombs, they just kept coming back. So, yeah, it turned out that, there were like thousands of them breeding in the attic.
My house is infested with crickets.
Yeah, because they weren't your desert scorpions.
Crickets are nice.
They were a species that actually lived in the trees. So they were coming into the house through the roof.
Oh, my. The crickets are nice for one night. 10 years later, they're the most annoying thing on planet Earth.
Oh, I love crickets. Most falls I try to capture a couple and bring them in the house.
Yeah, that's why the British run around with spanking paddles
wherever they want to go, and so they can chirp, 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 and I just love the sound.
I let lizards come in my house.
I've got to agree with Jenny on this one, to be honest, because there's certain, maybe not crickets, because there are other little critters that make the same noise. But if you can't sleep and you listen to them, I find that quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually got a good video about this, which I shot in...
No, crickets would drive me crazy when I can't sleep.
Thank you. What? They will drive you mentally. They're everywhere. They fall. It's bad. We've gotten a handle on it, but it's bad. I let a lizard come in the house. and magically the crickets stopped talking when the lizard came in the house.
I've got a wonderful video. If I can still find it, I will share it with you. 3 or 4 a.m. morning, listening to those little critters, and I've got this video, and it's really nice. It's not a bad thing at all.
Crickets are awful. It's like snow. It's good for the first couple of days. A month later, I'm over it.
See, I find crickets to be very, very soothing.
It's definitely a test on the nerves. At first, I was okay with it, but it's been 10 years. And I've had exterminators. I've had all kinds of things. And they come back. So crickets are awful.
Crickets are wonderful.
Even in nature, when I hear them now, I'm like, hey, F you. And they're probably screaming some expletives at you. You just don't know it because you don't speak cricket.
You know how Buddy Holly's band got the name The Crickets?
How's that?
Because the garage they were recording in had one cricket that they kept picking up on the instruments when they were trying to record. And they couldn't find the damn thing for weeks. They literally ripped all the insulation out of the garage trying to find one fucking cricket so they could make a recording without it being in there.
Oh, that's real. That's real. I hate cricket. If there was anything that I would lead a campaign on to eradicate, it would be crickets. Do they have a purpose, or are they like corn? Because corn has no purpose whatsoever. Are
basically
crickets,
their only purpose is to be food for other animals.
get rid of them. It's like corn. It doesn't do anything, and it comes out the same way. Useless.
I'm totally going to block you.
You don't eat corn. Is that
I
what you're
love
saying?
corn, but
well, then how can you call it
anti-corn?
useless?
We all know. I'm not going to give you the dirty details. We all know that,
You're a cornist.
I am an absolute cornist. What's the purpose of corn? I know it gets mixed into everything. I know, but actual corn. Like if you were to eat corn on the cob, it comes out the same way it went in.
Yeah, it's the wrong color, isn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Racist.
It is the wrong color. I am racist towards corn.
It's disturbing that it is one of the few foods that you can clearly identify after it comes out.
That's all I'm saying. It's kind of useless. It's so useless that our body rejects it. This is science.
Okay, GeoSam wants to hear what Stool thinks about corn.
I think corn is lovely. Especially
crickets and corn, useless.
Hey, Godless, how do you like those pictures I sent you?
Corn on a pizza is gorgeous.
Corn's not bad on pizza. I'd do that.
It's lovely.
Well, you can make crickets into flour, which could make pizza dough.
Oh, damn it. You know,
I know it's a stretch, but it's the best I can do with crickets.
Oh, I'm over. Like I'm not kidding you. We have lizards that I let walk. I saw him walk in the house. I was like, hey, man, you actually have a job. There you go. Cricket's doing it. Lizard is doing his job.
Food. You're talking about lovely, lovely food. Calm down.
William, I sent you 8 photographs. What do you think?
They're awesome.
You like those?
Absolutely. I've actually been to a place in Mexico where toucans were. I was in I won't say where it was. I was in a place in Mexico and there was toucans flying around. They're beautiful animals and they do repeat what they hear.
How can they fly with those beaks? They're so big. It's like you'd think they'd make them crash into the ground.
You were going to
Actually,
say,
as I understand it, they use the large beaks as a rudder to help them steer in flight.
it makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Because you're not smoking what I'm smoking, Jenny. That's why. Need some more of it too.
Jenny just did some science.
No, she's a fact check. Is what she is.
My brain is too valuable for me to do drugs. I just will leave that to people like you.
Oh, I peaked 20 years ago. It's all downhill.
Okay, so Ankur is saying that when you eat corn, your body takes out the insides and then restuffs them.
Ew. And that's science. That is science too,
Because what you're seeing is just the shell, that your body did actually digest all the inner part.
You see, Stool, Americans can science. We can science.
You can't
The
science.
seed husk is good roughage.
Haven't you seen our movies? We can science.
It's not a Christmas movie. Fuck off.
Oh, I'll fight you.
What's not a Christmas movie?
Die Hard.
Oh,
Die Hard.
I never watched Die Hard, so
It's set around Christmas. It's a Christmas movie.
that in
Actually-
itself is not enough. Could it have been set in any other month and still ran the same?
Yes.
Was Christmas in any way important to the plot?
No.
I've got to hold my hand up here.
It said, hey, it's a
I
Christmas
agree. I agree with the Riemann. It's a Christmas movie.
It is not.
It kind of is. Hey, and here comes Doorknob Head with his hat on.
Yeah, I bet it's talking to you, Doorknob Head, and not saying nice things.
You've got to make like a train and chew your corn.
I'm not saying it's useless. I'm just saying it doesn't get digested properly.
Yes, it
Jared
does.
claims the shells come out empty, but they don't look empty to me.
No, they restuff them with poop.
That's what I was thinking.
So not fucking true. Now I'm fact checking on that one.
You got these little guys down there that
And yet I get
take
my
each kernel one
YouTube
at a time,
videos
Corn.
removed.
hog out the good stuff, and put swooping in place.
What time are we
Confirmation
on
bias.
now?
Confirmation bias. I'm finding an article that agrees with me. Confirmation bias. Why humans can't digest corn?
Amiga Nuts says you're correct, but we're not sure about what.
Corn has a way of staying in the palate.
Oh. Hey guys, I've just noticed something. It's only 9 p.m. here.
AM.
PM, so I'm legally allowed to go about 5 seconds away and buy myself some lovely pizza with corn on it.
Ugh.
I don't know. Corn on pizza
Wait a
doesn't
minute,
sound horrible, but
Is
I
it
mean, at least
PM or
it's not
AM?
trying to put pineapple on it.
It's 9 a.m. where
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, it's the morning.
Oh, I've been
If you
awake
open-
too long. Is it AM?
Yes, we've
Oh,
noticed.
Well then, fuck that.
What, you're gonna have breakfast pizza?
No, you know what? You can't buy anything until about 11 a.m.
Really? Why do they control things like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm surprised the shops don't open earlier.
It's very weird.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, if they're going to go back to stuff and if they're going to be cutting the hours on the shops around here again.
They did around here.
Can't believe I just did that. It is dark outside, so I did think it was 9 p.m. rather than
Oh,
AM.
I forgot I had this.
Stu will also need
What
to
did you
warm up.
forget?
He's obviously far too cold if he's wearing a hood and earmuffs and a hat.
You gotta
They-
show us.
They gave me an extra. They gave me a fancy joint at the dispensary because I spend so much money. They give me a bunch of free stuff because I'm an adult and I show up with a credit card. Well, and so they give me lots of free stuff.
What do you think would happen if you got me some and mailed it to me?
It's illegal.
Yep.
It's not legal in your state.
Do you think? No.
It
Medicinal it is.
It actually would not matter if it was legal in both states. If you sent it through the U.S. Postal Service, you would
It's a
still be
felony.
violating federal law.
Exactly, and it's still illegal across the boards in every state, federally speaking. So, yeah.
Yeah, but using the post office to transport it would be a federal offense. And I believe it would even rank as a felony.
Well, what would happen if I were to drive down to Illinois and buy some there and bring it home?
Don't get pulled over and don't go act weird when you go outside your house, and you're fine.
Yep. But if they caught you with it in your car, transporting it across state lines is still a federal offense.
Yep.
I gotta ask the local police chief if he would arrest me if he saw me smoking pot. Oh no, I'm serious. I intend to.
I know what you're saying. I'm laughing because when I go to the dispensary, I'm probably one of the youngest people there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Minnesota, it's only approved medicinally. So unless you've got a prescription from your doctor, you can't have it.
It was like that here, and then 2 years ago is when they finally opened it up to everybody. It would improve every state. It would improve if they legalized pot. There is millions of dollars that would go back to the school system, to the roads.
Yeah, the economic benefits. California, in the first year they had legalized it, one of their biggest problems was actually trying to figure out what to spend all the money on because the revenues had been 8 times what they had projected.
That was Colorado.
Or Colorado is what I meant.
Yeah. They were quite literally giving money away. You need money here. You need tax money here.
They were paving roads that had never been paved in the history of the state just to use up all the money.
That's awesome. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like a new age gold rush, but that's why they've made a bunch of weird laws against it.
Well, and also, it would be a new cash crop for the tobacco farmers.
They've already done that here in California. Marlboro bought up half of Mendocino County. They're not dumb. They're not dumb.
Yeah,
they find the most fertile soil. Like, you ever heard of Humboldt? They own half of Humboldt because that's where some of the best pot in the world comes from.
Humboldt County is the north end of the the Golden Gate Bridge.
But I mean,
and the Golden Triangle too.
Even if they would legalize growing industrial hemp, it is actually a weed. That stuff will grow in really very poor soil that you can't use for growing any kind of food crop.
Wow.
They grow up industrial hemp in Wisconsin.
It's one of those things where I can tell even in the area I go, it's improved the entire area because people are putting money back into their local community. So
we're learning far more about digesting corn than any of us wanted to know.
I'm sorry, this is the stuff that keeps me up at night. and I'm angry and passionate about it. Corn and crickets. If anyone ever tells me, "Oh, I have roaches," I will tell them, "At least your roaches do not yell. Crickets are just yelling."
Yeah,
they're singing
roaches though. Yeah.
They're singing love songs.
Just today,
prove me wrong.
I opened up the shower and there was just 3 of them just chilling. I don't even know how the hell they got in there. It's awful. It's bad.
Yeah, I don't have any bugs that bother me here.
It was at first it was like, oh, I have crickets, and it was kind of a novelty, but it's been 10 years. I hate crickets.
Yeah, I've got like 2 spiders in my kitchen. I've occasionally seen a silverfish in the bathroom. That's it. I found 1 ant in my kitchen.
See, but spiders have
I don't know how it's even possible to find just 1 ant and never find another one. That just doesn't make any sense.
That's the lost scout. That's like the scout, the lost scout.
Yeah, but the one who got lost should have still left a chemical trail that other ones should have followed the next day.
Oh wow, I just did learn way more.
Damn it.
There you go, cream corn.
I haven't had cream corn since the last time my mother told me if I can't leave the table until I eat everything.
Oh, cream corn is wonderful.
I actually kind of like cream corn.
Do you ever make succotash?
No, I make this weird combination of cauliflower, broccoli, and carrots. That's the new vegetable kick I'm on right now.
That wouldn't be weird. That'd be excellent.
I love it.
You can buy it frozen that way in that mixture.
I know, but I did and I liked it, so now I make it.
What actually is succotash?
Corn and lima beans.
Oh,
There goes Stu.
yeah, he'll probably be back.
You cook them together till the limas are plenty tender. You actually really have to cook them separate because they take longer than the corn. And then you combine them, and you strain off as much of the juice as you can, and then put them into a butter sauce, and you'll go crazy for it. It's just wonderful.
I'm not big on lima beans, but I imagine that winds up being something that would seem very similar to squash.
Well, you don't try and mash them together. No, they're independent beans and corn, but the two tastes really complement each other.
No, I don't want to eat lima beans on their own.
I like a lot of pepper in it myself.
I've had that before. That's really good, actually.
Yeah. I'll eat lima beans raw. I fucking love them.
I would surprise you with what I eat. I cook Monday through Friday, so I like switching ingredients up. My son loves chicken, and I hate chicken. So I make chicken like 3 to 4 times a week, Monday through Friday. So I'm always looking for new vegetables, new combinations of things, something for me to enjoy on the side.
Yeah. I very rarely cook anything. Mostly Sloth Girl cooks dinner about 5 times a week. So
I've come into my own. I'll say like 11 years ago when my son was born, I was not that good of a cook, but I've had practice and there's quite a few things. And if you're ever struggling to impress somebody, make Italian food. It looks fancy and it's kind of easy.
Yeah. Actually, in all of my long relationships, I wound up being the primary cook.
When I was a kid, my parents were so much older than me, and my brothers and sisters were way older than me. When I was about 8 or 9, my mom lined us all up, and she had us prove that we could cook an egg. And she looked at us and she's like, "I quit. You guys don't appreciate me." And she never cooked breakfast again. And my dad cooked dinner after that. She was sick of us. I don't blame her.
Well, from the time I was 10 years old, it was my job to cook dinner once a week.
Oh yeah. When you come from a bigger family, like, you do things in shifts. We would always have like, who's doing the dishes after dinner, who's picking up after the dog, who's taking out the trash, who's cleaning the bathroom that week.
Well, my mom had it covered. There were 9 of us kids and only 7 days in a week. I honestly don't remember my mom ever cooking after I was 8 years old.
Oh, wow. I encourage my mom to cook because I want her to still cook her like traditional Mexican recipes before she goes senile. Because my grandmother was the greatest cook ever, and then one day all her food went south. It was not good anymore. But she lived to be 99, so you got to give her a break. I'm talking about like 92. Her cooking went bad.
Yeah, my dad was cooked in the Army, and we always had at least a dozen people in the house, so everything had to be made in big batches. But he always took it to the extreme, so was basically make one giant pot of soup, and that's what everybody ate for 3 days.
Oh wow!
I love cooking soup.
I make split pea.
Oh yeah, it's one of the few positive things I have from my dad was his split pea soup.
I learned from my mom. It's a comfort food for me, definitely.
Oh, and split pea is so easy to make too.
Oh, so good. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, it's something I don't really make because you really can't make a small batch of it.
No,
Nope.
no.
Yeah, so I'm the only one to eat it. It's one thing that Sloth Girl won't eat because
We'll just get some things and freeze it. You know?
I know people that do that.
well,
I
do it. I can to a degree, but how much freezer space available in that?
I make the best lasagna on the planet. Plain and simple. Martha Stewart, America's Test Kitchen, they don't know shit. I make the world's best lasagna.
I love lasagna.
Well, we're gonna have to take you on a try on that.
I make lasagna. I love lasagna.
It's not as good as mine.
Probably isn't. I man cook. I'm like, Google, Siri, what ingredient am I missing? I just learned how to make loaded mashed potatoes. I'll never buy it from the store again.
What, mashed potatoes?
No, loaded mashed potatoes. It's like you throw Parmesan cheese, you throw grated cheese,
Well, yeah.
bacon. I never got that. I never cared enough to look up the recipe. And on Thanksgiving, I was like, oh, I can do that instantly. And I had all the ingredients. And it was good. They were
I've been doing mashed potatoes since before they had electric beaters.
They were so good.
You had to do it with a hand masher.
That's how I did it. They taste better that way.
I like my mashed potatoes slightly lumpy.
I do too.
It tells you that they're homemade. And depending on who you're with, I will do them with the skins on the taters.
That's actually how I cooked my mashed potatoes this year. That's
Oh
exactly.
yeah, I do them skins on.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh guys, you guys are killing me.
Oh,
I love this time of year because you can get sweet potatoes for most of the winter.
I'm gonna go in my kitchen and go make waffles after this.
And
I'm starving.
have you ever citation for what, Sam? The world's best lasagna?
yeah, you're claiming that you have the best lasagna.
All right, I'll make up a citation and send it to you.
People take that as a challenge.
Well, if you want a citation, I'll send you mine. You've just got to show up for the court date instead of me.
Okay. I make tomato sauce. We all love homemade tomato sauces for spaghetti or whatever, or pizza or Mexican. Absolutely. Or whatever. The only difference between tomato sauce for Mexican and Italian is the spices that you put in it.
Yeah.
So you make a generic tomato sauce and you freeze it, and so you have good quality homemade tomato sauce anytime you want. Just throw in the seasoning after it thaws.
Yeah, what Andrea's saying here, that her mother sat her and her brother down and taught them to make a budget weekly menu grocery list and shopping frugally. Yeah. Every kid should learn this as a teenager.
Absolutely.
And let's not be gender specific about it, because everyone is going to wind up at some point living alone for a while.
My dad saw it fit to teach me how to sew, how to all kinds of stuff, how to change tires. I know a lot about cars. Well, up until a certain year.
When did you learn how to sew?
When I was a little kid. But my dad taught photography, and he had a sewing machine, and he was this crazy Vietnam vet guy who was kind of a tough guy. So it was never gendered. No one ever told me, oh, women do that, because my tough guy dad was doing it. I never thought anything bad about it.
I was just wondering if you got a bunch of gender friction from your friends and stuff like that when you were a kid.
I didn't say anything
because of it.
I didn't say a word ever. I just had my clothes never had holes in them. And then people would always be like, oh, that's a cool patch. And I just wouldn't tell anybody that I'm the one that put them on. Like in my day, if you showed any sign of being anything that someone considered gay, it was a fist fight.
Oh yeah.
It was fist fight, So I just didn't say anything.
I went through that too, but
I can relate.
yeah, I cooked and sewed growing up, and I wasn't interested in cars or sports or the stuff that boys were supposed to be doing.
Oh yeah. And my dad saw that in me and like he nurtured it instead of being a dick about it. And my parents were old school. Like if you messed up, there were consequences. So I'm not saying they were like, the most loving. They were good. They were good parents. But my dad, he saw something in me and he was like, I needed to teach this guy how to fight. So I appreciate it for that.
The most ridiculous thing about gendering cooking and sewing is tailors and chefs.
And that's what I'm saying. My dad cooked. My dad loved cooking. I still use his recipes, And that's the thing. Like, I always say I had positive male influences. They were toxic as hell, but they never like. It's hard. Like more the female. In my family, were more homophobic than anything else.
Jer, I had the same thing in 1971. A friend of mine, Mary Orcutt, taught me how to drive a stick.
Actually, it was my older brother's mother-in-law that taught me to drive a stick.
It was my dad. That was another thing. We had an old beater car, and he was like, "No, you have to learn how to drive this thing."
I get to when I go to the hospital, which unfortunately is several times a month. So all the parking police have gotten to know me, but none of them know how to drive my car because it's a 5-speed. So they say, "Go park it over there," and so I get to park literally in front of the hospital, 20 feet from the door.
Oh, that's awesome because they're too dumb to drive a car. That is amazing. Out of how many people?
God, they got to have 20, 30 different valets.
Yeah, also, a manual transmission is the best anti-theft device.
It is nowadays. Didn't used to be.
Yeah, because a lot of the crooks don't know how to drive them, and they actually have trouble reselling them if they do steal it, so they aren't interested.
They honestly would to do when they see the third pedal.
Well, manual transmissions are eventually going to be no longer available because automatic transmissions the technology has gotten so good, and they have become so fuel efficient. It used to be the opposite, that a manual was more efficient than
I figured it's just a matter of time before the manufacturers stop offering them.
I had a 1983 VW Rapid. I missed that thing. That thing was like a rocket. There was a 5-speed.
The other thing is that the manuals also were, cheaper to produce, but at this point, it's not enough of a cost difference to matter.
Go find yourself a Volkswagen GTI. It's a fucking 6-cylinder, man. That thing just absolutely screams. What a great car they are.
That sounds like fun. I got in a car accident a year ago, and it stopped my racing career. a bad car accident.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, in 2008, when I moved to New York to be with my fiance, I had a Geo Metro with a manual shift.
Oh wow, those things fly too. Those things are fun.
Yeah, well, the Geo Metro had an engine smaller than a lot of motorcycles. And it's like the stamp on the door said its capacity was 588 pounds. And I drove it from Minnesota to New York with a full ton of tools in it.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
the trip killed the car. I knew it was going to. I knew it was a one-way trip for that car.
Oh, that's funny. I miss
going up the hills in Ohio. I actually could not maintain highway speeds.
Same with my Rabbit going to. I drove it to Oregon, and at one point when you're going from California to Oregon, you're going uphill.
Yeah.
You're going up a mountain. It got so bad I was zigzagging.
Well, it wasn't even mountains. It's just the hills in Ohio, the rolling hills, and
Oh,
just
wow.
with that much weight in the car, I could not keep it up to 50 miles an hour going up the hill.
I miss, you know what's so funny? Bringing that up, I miss all the old piece of crap cars I used to own. I don't miss the anxiety they gave me, but I miss my old VW. It was a piece of garbage, but I had so much fun with that thing.
Well, right now I've got a little Ford Focus. It's got the automatic.
Oh, okay.
But the way things have worked out for me, I've had slightly more money since I've had this car. So I've actually been able to keep it better maintained than any car I had before.
Exactly. That's
So
like
it's already 17 years old, but there's nothing wrong with the drivetrain, and I've pretty much had all the suspension rebuilt by this point.
That's like my truck. I have a 2002, but I have a 2002 Ford F-150. I just keep up with the engine, and it purrs. That thing's like brand new, and
Yeah.
it flies.
No, I agree. I agree, Andrew, that Ohio has at best rolling hills. They're nothing significant.
I'll
But
tell
for
you,
that little car with that much weight, it just couldn't handle it.
I was scared when I drove to Oregon, and I sold that car and got a better car to drive home. That's how much that car scared me.
Back in the 1980s, I was living in Upper Michigan on the side of a hill that is a half a mile at a 60-degree incline.
Oh, wow.
And
wow.
it was this little, not the good Ford Mustang, the cheap little thing that they slapped the Mustang name on.
I know
That
exactly
had
what
this tiny little 4-cylinder engine and a stick shift. And it's like, I hadn't driven a stick for, I don't know, 5-6 years before that. So living on that hill with that car, by the time you got your foot from the clutch almost to the accelerator, you've already rolled back into the river.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I miss those days of crappy cars and crazy stories. I had oh god, I had a VW Rabbit. I had actually a Mazda hatchback, and that thing was like a rocket. But I got a ticket.
Yeah.
I got a ticket going over 100, and the cop was nice and gave me a ticket going under 90. So I didn't get my license taken away.
I had a Mazda 323 hatchback in the 90s.
Oh, those things fly too.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was your basic economy box. Nothing to brag about, but
where I live, everybody drives fast. We drive like crazy people. Even today, I was thinking like if just my ride to the store and the dispensary, if I had someone in the passenger side who wasn't from LA, they would probably be freaking out because we drive very fast out here.
Well, my fiance liked to drive and I didn't, so that was always fine with me that she would drive. But when we came from New York, and came back to the Midwest for her to, meet people and see my old area and that, when we got, almost to the Indiana state line, I said, I'm going to drive from here, which she didn't understand because she knows I hate to drive, but it's like, I knew the Chicago tollways.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And I knew that she wasn't going to get that because, if you're not in the lane you need to be in a half a mile before you see the sign, there's no way you're going to get to your exit.
I learned that in Seattle. I got lost in Seattle. My friend got anxiety and was like, pull over, dude.
Yeah.
That
freaked her out because she had never seen me drive like that before. And it's like, well, I learned to drive on the Chicago expressways.
Exactly. And so it's like NASCAR almost,
Yeah.
That's how I feel. because every time I go out of state, I'm like, I feel like I can get out of the car and run faster than some of the speed limits in town.
I learned to drive my city driving on the Chicago expressways. And 3 months after that, I wound up moving to Upper Michigan to finish school. So I learned my winter driving on county roads that didn't get plowed if there were 2 snowstorms in the same week.
I learned to drive. I weirdly got a license in Arizona before California, and they have black ice. They have a little bit more weather because they have monsoon season, so I learned how to drive on black ice and all stuff like that. So it almost made me a better driver than people who in California.
What Andrew's saying here about the traffic lights on the hills, that's when I was living in Syracuse, New York, we had a couple of hills like that.
San Francisco, I almost hit someone in San Francisco doing that. Man, I miss that crappy car. You know what? It was the adventures that I would go on because when I was in my 20s, one Friday night, I was sitting in my apartment and I was like, there's no adult watching me. I would go on adventures on the weekend. Mainly, it started off as surf adventures, but I just miss driving around in my crappy car going up and down the coast of California.
No, I don't like to drive if I don't have to.
So funny that you would say that. When I moved back to California, I suddenly got anxiety driving around because there were so many people here. If I lived out in the middle of nowhere, I wouldn't mind driving. But it's bad
and
here.
That's part of why, I like that we wound up where we are. I had originally thought, of being in Minneapolis, but being in a smaller city here that we're close enough to the Twin Cities to get there for anything we need. But there isn't. And the other thing I don't know is how much the COVID has to do with this, because there isn't any traffic to speak of. But part of that also is the fact that the colleges have been closed.
Big time.
Because St. Cloud has 2 major college campuses, the University of Minnesota and St. Cloud State. So
okay.
With the colleges closed and none of the students here, I think that's about 25% of the normal population of the city isn't here.
Oh, yeah. Seriously. Especially in a college town.
Yeah.
So does it feel abandoned this time of year?
Well, that's what I mean. It's like, there's no traffic when I go anywhere.
During the first lockdown, I have pictures of me driving and taking pictures. It's so strange to see all 6 lanes open on the freeway in LA.
Well, that's the other thing. From where we are, we really don't get on the highway to go anywhere. I don't get on the highway unless I'm going into Minneapolis, like to pick up Sloth Girl's son. Even
in my town, I'll get on the highway just to go around the entire town because it's faster to get on the freeway than it is to go through town half the time.
Well, and that's in Minneapolis. You've got to get on, either Interstate 94 or Interstate 35 to go anywhere. But yeah, around here, it's like everything's just city streets. I don't get on the highway to do anything. Because it's like even the shopping centers and that in the adjacent suburbs, it's like everything is still within 10 miles of our apartment on the city streets.
Wow. I when I go to the dispensary, I drive let's say 20 miles, 25.
Yeah.
I drive completely different town.
Yeah, it feels really weird to me because I was used to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the highways for everything.
Oh, yeah.
And then after that, when I was living in Upper Michigan, it was like, you had to drive an hour to get anywhere, and half the time it was unpaved county roads.
Do you know, I never realized how far away I drive until one of my trucks broke down. And then it dawned on me like, holy crap, I'm 30, I'm 35 miles from my house. But it never dawned on me because I take driving for granted.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
One time, up in Michigan, the car blew out a brake line 40 miles from home.
Oh.
And I just had to drive it home that way with no power brakes. There was nothing else that could be done.
Yeah? Were you just pulling the e-brake the whole time?
No, I was just stomping real hard on the regular brake. Because the emergency brake, the cable had seized up. That wasn't working either.
Oh, I've been there. That was a hairy ride. Did you have any almost near misses on that one?
No, actually got home without it being any incidents.
A long time ago.
That was lucky because there were a number of times there that I had been dodging deer driving home, and in fact my car has a big dent in the driver's side fender, the driver's front fender. I didn't hit a deer hit me. The deer literally ran right into the side of my car. The deer T-boned me.
Was it trying to commit suicide? Did it not like the color of your car?
I'm guessing that it was trying to jump over the hood and missed. Because it's like it fell and it like spun around on the pavement, and I'm starting to think, oh great, what do I do now if it's got a broken leg or something? What am I supposed to do here?
Oh man!
But, then after about 2 minutes, it just got up and trotted back into the forest.
Gee. Around here, we get a lot of like cougars and bears, and like it's nothing to see a 200-pound cat. And
I don't think we had the cougars around there. We had the black bears and timber wolves.
How big are your timber wolves? I've seen too many movies. When you say timber wolf, do you mean like a full, 140, 150 pound animal?
Yeah, that's probably about that range. Yeah.
Wow.
Between 100, 150 pounds. And, they weren't common. And they were one of those things that some people, didn't believe me that I had seen them. But my mom lived, 5 miles beyond where the city lights stopped. So, driving back from in there a couple of times, I saw a pair of them on the road. That's
crazy. Where I live, it's where suburbia meets the mountains. So you're it's a toss up. If a coyote's gonna walk through your front yard or a bear, we got an alert the other day on the the ring, the door, the doorbell thing. It has its own network, and they said that there was bears just wandering around the neighborhood, and I'm like, what are you supposed to do when there's a bear wandering in the city?
Yeah, well, that's my brother's neighborhood. My brother's neighborhood there had a regular problem of the same bear, would come out and raid the garbage cans. And 3 times the DNR tranked that same bear and relocated it, and it kept coming back. So eventually they just had to shoot it because it kept coming back into town.
That's what they do here, and it's sad, but we've had such a coyote problem that people are shooting them. For a while, there was I work on this giant property, and for a while I was finding dead owls. And there was somebody who was going around shooting owls, and we basically said, if we catch you shooting an owl, we're gonna get you.
Yeah, why owls of all?
I have no idea. It's still to this day, and it was really eerie because I found at least 3 of them. It was the eeriest thing. And
speaking of eerie, I'm just looking on the web. Some COVID information. They got this little map here of what's its official title? Does it have one? No, it doesn't. But it's a world map, and it has a blue dot where there is a COVID outbreak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something happened today. We went to 293,000 deaths, and that number is significant because that exceeds all the deaths of all the soldiers, American soldiers in World War II.
Wow. Wow.
Doorknob Head was putting this out there, that the death toll will exceed the number of people lost on 9/11 every day for 2 or 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what shocks me is that people are not taking it serious. They're not like my neighbors were in my garage yesterday and they called me crazy for wearing a mask in my own garage.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and that's I've had that here, that there's even signs in the elevator that say 1 person per elevator.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had people in the building without a mask holding the door saying, "It's okay, I'm not sick."
No.
And it's like, yeah, you could be infected for a couple of weeks before you're aware of it.
You know, it amazes me. When I was a kid, my mom used to always say something, and I say it too. Are you a doctor? when they come up with these facts and they say, "Oh, I'm not sick," I always say, "Are you a doctor? Do you know that?"
Okay, Dave's here, so it's time to shut down the stream.
Yeah, I know.
He always comes in 3 minutes before I shut it down.
I know. We've been going for 3 hours, man.
Yeah, 3.5 hours already. Yeah.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Good morning. I might have to get out of bed eventually. Just I came in as an excuse to not.
How are you?
What point is there in getting out of bed? You can't go anywhere anyway.
So true.
That's very true. I'm okay. I'm irked at my sister turning up at a ridiculous time in the morning.
I've promoted Dave to my my UK boyfriend. I decided that if Jen can hang out with some scumball from LA, that I can date somebody who's like reserved and honest from the UK.
Okay, is this better than having a Canadian boyfriend now?
I have a problem with reserved.
You can call me whatever you want. You can call me. Jenny, there's nothing wrong with love. You should embrace love. We're in love.
Apparently, Doorknob Head says you have to share, Dave.
Dog, can I have some leg space, please?
Yeah, you know, I'm betting if I go upstairs, I'm going to find Sloth Girl falling asleep in her chair with her tablet in her lap.
I'm going to go make something greasy after all the food we've been talking about. I'm going to go make pancakes or something. Or waffles.
Waffles.
Pancakes and waffles aren't greasy. If they are, you're doing them wrong.
I saw a mini
waffle bacon.
maker.
I want to make bacon too.
I saw a mini waffle maker for sale. It made waffles like individual size. They're about 4 to 5 inch in diameter.
Oh wow!
And that's all, just one at a time. And
do you have toasties?
That sounds like a pain.
Do you have toasties? They're making something like a sandwich toaster that's like a bit like a waffle maker.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Paninis.
Yeah.
Not panini. Panini squishes the bread too. It doesn't really squish the bread, but it does seal the sides.
No, yeah, it's basically just open pockets.
Apart from the fact they're not open.
Well, no, not after you cook them. Like you say, it seals up the sides, seals the edges together.
Because you put bacon and cheese and stuff in those, and then seal it, and then you bite into them, and they erupt lava all into your mouth.
You mean like a pita bread?
Well, a little bit, but not.
It's actually an electric version of the old campfire pie makers.
Mm. Over my head.
Sorry, I'm texting in low. How are you? How are you, Dave?
I'm okay.
I'm a bit tired, but I want to thank you for sending me. You sent me in the right direction. That's all you did. You're an amazing, amazing human being. You can be there. You're going to be there at the 10-year reunion. It's going to be great. You're going to have cake. Hopefully, COVID will be over by then. There'll be cake. It'll be amazing. If you live in America, wear a damn mask so I can get out of this country.
Here, Dave. This kind of thing you mean?
Yes.
Okay, Jenny, can you see what we're talking about then?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Although I've never met a single person on the planet that's put salad in one.
I was about to
no.
say that just looks gross.
The salad gets ruined.
I would not put the lettuce and tomato in there before heating it up. That wouldn't come out right.
No.
Ugh. I'm definitely more of a breakfast kind of guy. I would eat breakfast for dinner if I wasn't teaching my son to be semi-civilized.
What do you class as breakfast?
Bacon and eggs.
Which I
Yeah, basically eggs, pancakes, waffles.
yeah
Those
Cereal.
are the things they're only eating at breakfast.
yeah.
I like shredded wheat for dinner.
I went through a
And I
corn.
sprinkle with cinnamon and brown sugar.
See, that's actually a really
Cinnamon
good.
Grahams.
What's
That's
that?
what you get if you put a canary in a blender. You get shredded wheat.
God, that sucked.
You know, for a while, my breakfast was a pack of Marlboros and a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
But I quit smoking.
Years. This is the thing. Right. Until I stopped smoking, I was considerably thinner.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Jenny. What did Tweety say when he let Sylvester in from the snowstorm?
I don't know.
I thought I'd thaw a putty tat.
Oh, thaw. I'll put it down. Oh,
There was a thing on Reddit yesterday Caroline was telling me about her husband told her a story about when he was 8 years old. Said he found some possums outside, and they looked like they were frozen to death. They were just shivering there. So because he'd seen his grandparents do something similar, he brought them inside and put them in the microwave for 5 minutes.
Oh God!
is this a true story?
Apparently so. And she doesn't know. It was one of the Reddit Ask Me things, and she doesn't. Since he's told this story, she doesn't know how to deal with it.
I just can't believe that that's true.
Yeah, no.
Well, the logic behind it is you used to do it, and this is what he said about the grandparents. You used when you had something like the big kitchen stoves, you used to have the cool oven, and when you got lambs and things that were born too early, you would wrap them and you would put them in the oven. Right, there was logic behind it.
Veal is amazing.
They're not cooking it.
So they caught the serial pooper.
Did they?
They did. It was a
serial
whole
pooper?
So to paraphrase, there was a young man who walked by with his sister and his friend, and their dog pooped in front of two people's houses. Everybody has cameras. The kid did not pick it up. It's just a common courtesy around here. Our neighborhood is very well kept. People still mow their lawns. People care around here.
Well,
So-
yeah. If your dog drops it, you have to pick it up.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
It's a city rule. So, my neighbor across the street called the mother of the person and said, "Hey, I think your kid did this." She said, "My kid said he didn't do it. Go stuff yourself." So, I told on Tuesday, I told Dave it was funny. Question number 3 on critical questions was, who is the serial pooper? See, what I didn't say is that I knew who the serial pooper was this entire time. So I have a neighbor who's a sheriff. I actually respect the guy. He's a cool guy. His wife is like, it's a long story, but they have been extremely good to me, and they're Mormons. They are hardcore Mormons, but they are good people. I was anyway smoking while I'm talking to a sheriff. You know, they're understanding people. So he came over to my house yesterday, and he's like, "Look, this at this point, my neighbors are almost about to get in a fist fight over a lying teenager." So I told him, "You can figure out my security camera." I told him my password. Because he's a cop, he got in there in about 45 seconds and discovered the kid was lying. So they found the serial pooper, and now it's a big deal because I live in the suburbs and people are bored. People are extremely bored. So the serial pooper was real. I knew it was the kid. I just didn't say anything, and they caught him.
Yeah.
And it's Americans are so bored that they caught a kid lying, and they were high-fiving in this room yesterday. And I was sitting in this chair looking at them like, wow, America needs a hug, some penicillin, and a timeout. We're so bored in this country. At least in the suburbs. And so now my neighbors hate each other over a lying teenager.
You need to spike the water supply with MDMA.
Oh, that would be one heck of a party. I have speakers that blast through the neighborhood. I'll DJ. I'll DJ that one. I'm one of those people, if you roofied me, I would look around the room and scream, thank you. Because I would feel it instantly. But it made me laugh because we overstate our value.
Yeah.
Like, pick the poop up and move on with your life. And my neighbor was like, oh, but she offended me and she said that I'm a liar. Like, who cares what people think of you? You know, it's suburbia America it's amazing. It's amazing. There's a million case studies going on at once. But they're Trumpers, so you know you have to have consideration for them.
I thought a case study was just when you drank 12 beers while reading.
I miss drinking too.
Oh, I've been doing plenty of that. Although actually, even with the COVID, even with sitting around with nothing to do, my alcohol consumption has already dropped to about half of what it was when I was living in Michigan.
That's like my pod consumption in the beginning of the pandemic. I would go to the dispensary and be like, I want 5 of those, give me 9 of those, I'll be back in 2 weeks. And I've really calmed my smoking down. Because I just, there's nothing worse than being stuck in the house and high as hell.
Guess I'm tight.
Thank you. My sneezes are getting more violent. I don't know why. I can tell. I've managed to seriously hurt my neck. I sneeze sometimes now.
That's an involved sneeze. That's an involved sneeze. You know what, Doorknob Head? That kid is not going to show his face on this block ever again. The serial pooper was exposed. He will never show his face again.
When I was living in Michigan, there was so little to do in that town. And I couldn't talk to anyone there. I just didn't fit in at all. And I couldn't be open about anything. So I was serious that, if I hadn't gotten out of there, I would have become an alcoholic. I mean, it was close to the point that becoming an alcoholic was almost becoming a goal there.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. Oregon became that for me. It became very depressing living there.
Yeah, if it wasn't for, being able to get on and talk to people online, there is no way I would have survived there.
You know what? I 2 years in a row I had my grandmother die and my father die. Just watching YouTube kept me sane. Being able, watching dumb videos on YouTube kept me from
Yeah. Well, just watching them alone wouldn't have been enough. If I wasn't able to get on and have some intelligent conversations, there literally would have been
Where
enough.
the hell did you find some intelligent conversation?
Oh, compared to the town I was living in, you people are brilliant. I mean, I used to talk to my cat because it was a more intelligent conversation than I'd get from any of the neighbors.
Trust me, I recently got back on Facebook because of Jen, and you know what? Now I know why I got off of Facebook. I am friends with a bunch of Trumpers, and I completely forgot how insane people are who are from this town that I'm from. There's a 39-year-old woman who is single, because most Trumpers are single. I saw on her thing today, she legitimately has stopped the steal. She really thinks that Texas is going to stop, is going to overturn the election somehow. They're insane. The Trumpers have just lost their mind. And it's sad that people that I've known my whole life are still drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Well, that's part of why I just don't bother checking Facebook anymore.
But they're from this town. This town used to be an extremely integrated place. Like, it's shocking to me to see how dumb extremely educated people have become.
Yeah. Well, one of the guys in one of my hobby groups, probably one of the people I had interacted with the most on Facebook. I mean, I knew he was a Bible literalist, just kind of worked around that. Then we got into all the Second Amendment stuff.
Just last week, my neighbor told me that they're creating panels to take our guns away, and that the UN is gonna that there was a bunch of missing guns, and that the UN has them, and they're gonna come invade this country. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he basically said the UN is going to come in as a police force for Biden, of course, because to a scared man, Biden is
the UN invading the US.
I don't understand.
The UN invading the US would be completely redundant, because 40% of the UN's peacekeeping force is US military.
But you can't say this to a scared person. Fear makes you stupid. These are, I told you, I've said this before. These are people I respect. They are legitimately scared of what's going to happen. And the one I'm bringing up is heavily armed. Heavily armed. It's always the scary ones that have a lot of weapons.
Yeah, I know. My own oldest brother is the one who argued that as long as the government has tanks, he has the right to have an anti-tank missile.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
The problem is, if you don't know how to take care of those things, you could blow up half your block.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have one, but that's where his politics are.
That's like people in Colorado and Texas. Like,
well, then I guess he has the right to have a MiG-29, since the United States has F-35s. Hey,
well,
wasn't that a question that you had, Dave? I have an eidetic memory about having a helicopter in your driveway.
It came up.
I have a weird memory. I have an eidetic memory. It just reminded me of your show. That would be awesome. What I said before, and I'll say it again. That would be awesome if we all had helicopters with gun turrets on them, like Airwolf.
I'm pretty sure that would not be a good idea.
I know. I was joking.
It would be.
I was joking.
No one was allowed to have any ammunition.
True. I would just want to fly around. I wouldn't even need ammunition. I just want to fly around in it.
Although I think it would even be dangerous if even the gun turrets, the guns were replaced with cameras. I think even that would be dangerous.
You know,
I-
after go
I
ahead.
would really like to buy an AR or AR-15. I'm sorry. They're fun to shoot.
Okay, I am wondering if it wouldn't be okay to have just a very small anti-aircraft gun. You know, nothing that could actually take out a plane, but something that could, you know, take out a drone flying over your property.
What's
You
the
could-
point of having an anti-aircraft gun if it wouldn't take out a jet?
To take out a drone.
Well, you could actually with a shoulder rocket. You could.
What kind of drone are we talking about?
If the drone had moved too fast, they'd have to track it.
Yeah,
Yep.
but where I live, if you shine a pointing laser at a helicopter, the helicopter goes down.
Yeah, that's a really shitty helicopter.
What kind of drone?
It's illegal to have laser pointers in LA because it's a thing. It's a thing that like you get arrested if you have a laser pointer if you get caught pointing at a helicopter because helicopters have
disturbed
crashed.
at the number of people that shoot at helicopters.
That's a thing too. And we have rules during New Year's. We have commercials that say, please do not fire your guns at midnight. When the Dodgers won, they were warning everybody like, hey, man, stay in your house. Stay in your house. When the Lakers won, they rioted. It's no joke. It is no joke out here at all. And that's why when they say that people in California don't have guns and they say these things, I'm like, I don't know what state you're talking about. We have liberal laws. You can show your boobs at Denny's, but, you know, everybody has, you know, it's America, so people still have guns here. And Jenny, I'm telling you, AR-15s are fun until you have to fire it.
I fired them already.
No, I know, but if
and
you really,
I live a place where there's plenty of room to do that sort of thing. So,
but what I'm saying is, could you really take someone out if you had to?
if I had to, sure.
Well, then get a pea shoot. Get a handgun or get a rifle.
What difference does that make?
I'm just saying. I'm not anti-gun. I just don't see a point in everybody having military grade weapons.
Well, you see, that's why I say I live in an area where that kind of thing is actually usable or practical to have one because you actually can use it on a day-to-day basis if you wish.
Well, and that's what I mean. I think that what we
I
need
could use
to
a
do,
tank on a day-to-day basis.
This is where I'm going to have to agree with the guy from the UK. I'm from the city, and I'm not saying they're not around here, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, city folk. I don't see any reason why city folk have guns, except for you know,
To stop other people,
magnifying their penis.
To stop other people.
I think what we need to do is, you know, get the NRA out of this shit. We need to start with, okay, nobody's going to take your hunting rifles. Now can we talk about regulation for automatic weapons and handguns?
Oh yeah. There's a saying, there's certain clips, they call them California clips because we have laws where you can't just have 25 round clips. You can't have giant drums. You can't own a tank for no reason. But that's only here.
That's a good reason.
But that's only here. Like we have effectively banned assault rifles. That doesn't mean that massive people don't own them. I'm just saying, like, you know, but I live in a place where there's 10 million people just in this county, 39 million people in California. That's more people than in all of Australia and Canada. Not combined, but respectively. So, you know, I can see why we have harsh laws here. But America's screwed. Wear a mask.
Take your fucking gun, but wear a goddamn mask.
Man, my passport. I checked my passport. It's still good.
And I've gotten in a couple of discussions with people about the idea of California seceding. And it's like, yeah.
It's not
the federal
succeeding.
government's never going to let that happen.
then we should get more votes because we have more people here.
Yeah.
We should get way more votes.
They
You,
should
you
break
already
California
do.
up
You've
into at
already
least
got the
2 or
most
3 different
electoral
states.
votes of any state in the union.
I know, but we should have 75. Because how come smaller states? I don't even want to have this discussion. Our population is out of control here, so we should have more say because we pay
why
higher
should the rest
prices.
of the country suffer because you're all horny?
But we pay high taxes. We pay, our tax money goes to the rest of the country. We are like the. I don't want to be cocky, but we pay into other states because of our taxes and
Yeah,
because
and so do
how
we
many
here.
people here. I know that's what it's called, the United States.
So
but
you're nothing special.
39 people, but 39 million people. That outnumbers, countries.
So what?
Nah. It doesn't matter because we already do have the say. Because people copy everything that people do from California and hate us for it. Dave, you're witnessing. Jenny and I we're about to put battlements up.
Well, it is going on 4 o'clock. We've been going 4 hours.
Yeah, I need to go back to bed.
Yeah, well, that's I need to get.
I'm gonna go make some.
We should do this every night at midnight.
Yeah, then I'd never be open to any kind of business hours.
Everything's closed here, so I'm back on my vampire hours again.
Well, I've got a stack of packages that have to go to the post office because, my online business. If they send you the money and you don't send them anything back, people get kind of uppity.
Yeah, and they start sharing your profile picture around.
Yeah.
I've seen quite a few people that I will never mess with.
Okay, so anybody have anything they want to plug before we go?
I'm on Rage later.
Movie night tonight, 10:30 Eastern time.
Okay, is it back at 10:30 tonight?
Well,
I know she'd been playing with the time.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about it this week, so I'm not sure what the time would be. I will be on with the Shills tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern.
Awesome.
Yeah, Dick Dawson had just left me a message today asking if I'd be on tonight, so we basically watch some videos, poke fun at stupid people. So, and of course, we have the Christmas stream coming up.
But that's at Christmas. That's still forever away.
Yeah, but we're still trying to get a few more people to volunteer for time slots because in order to cover Christmas Day around the whole world, we've got to run it for about 40 hours.
That's 2 weeks from today.
Oh, don't say that.
That is nothing. I'll save the dirty joke for later.
Well, the solstice is 10 days from today. That's actually my holiday, so.
Awesome.
Damn druids.
No, the druids were in the UK. My heritage is Scandinavian.
I just watch It's a Wonderful Life and cry myself to sleep. That's what I do on on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, Christmas Eve, if I wasn't running the live stream, would pretty much be a non-event for me.
I spent 10 years alone, so I'm not too big on holidays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's the whole idea.
Let's not talk about alone, okay,
that,
folks?
nobody has to be sitting home alone.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you. Amiga Nuts has a link up there for the iNetwork for the Shills.
Awesome.
Okay. So, Jenny, you making any other appearances this week?
Not that I know of, but, shit happens. I get last-minute calls.
Yep. Well, and I know that the sit-down with debunkers have been having a problem with strikes against their channel, so they're not allowed to live stream now. So they've got to do everything pre-recorded until YouTube gets their shit out.
Wow.
Basically, it was a debunking video they did that hit them with a copyright claim. And it's like, yeah, that's covered under fair use. They're allowed to play sections of the video so they can point out what's wrong with it. But, you know, YouTube trying to get them to respond, it could be several weeks before they get back to normal.
Not good.
Not good at all.
Oh, yes. Randolph is going to be doing some interesting debates, although I'm not sure what the time is for those either.
Well, I can shorten those up from Randolph. There's no God.
He put a
Okay,
link.
done.
He put a link in there. I actually should click on that because that's going to be interesting to watch.
Well, one of them's on the 10 Commandments, and I've seen people post a lot of stuff about that. I've never seen it as a back and forth debate. It's on the 10 Commandments, and
Whoa, what the hell is that?
Yep, somebody started echoing us. Okay. So, okay, with that, then we're going to wrap it up. So, thanks everybody for coming. Yeah, apparently we still have 10 people watching, so we have pretty much kept around a dozen people in the audience the whole 4 hours.
Awesome.
So yeah, that's quite surprising. So thank you everybody for staying around. Thank those of you who have fallen asleep 2 hours ago and just left the stream running. It still counts for my channel. So good night all.